Hey, this is Juan Tutors, and today we are working on the January 2025 Living Environment Regents, one of the very last regents of this type that they're going to give. They are transitioning into the new biology curriculum. That said, the differences between the living environment and biology are not extremely significant enough that they're going to do a small, short transition between living environment and biology, which is happening now. So some of you may have taken living environment and maybe taking living environment in June 2025, and some of you have been taking biology or taking biology in June 2025 or after. I will say as far as we can tell, the curriculum are very similar. Slightly different enough that they did do that transitioning, as opposed to like in the math tests where they literally just switched. They didn't even do a transition. They just switched curriculums, and because the differences are so tiny. So what does that mean for us? These are still really very good study tools for the living environment and the biology regents. If you're taking living environment, of course, it's great. If you're taking biology, it's also great. Now, one thing to note that you will need a four-function scientific calculator for this test. The school really should provide that to you. If they didn't provide it to you and you do arrive at a problem where you need it, make sure to remind them this problem needs a calculator. Okay, that said, the structure of the test does not change that much along the way. It does start with a whole bunch of multiple choice questions, and then later on, it reduces the number of multiple choice questions and replaces a lot of them with short answer questions. So that's the big difference between the earlier part of the test and the later part of the test. Now, this test has multiple sections to it, but to me, it's just a transition between all multiple choice to mostly multiple choice to mostly short answer. Okay, so that said, for now, we are going to start with problem 1. When you cut your finger, new skin quickly grows that repairs and replaces damaged skin cells. Information directing this process is located in the mitochondria in neighboring skin cells, which provide the energy needed for mitotic cell division, or mitochondria in neighboring skin cells, which provide the energy needed for meiotic cell division, or DNA of neighboring cells which divide by mitotic cell division, or DNA of neighboring cells which divide by meiotic cell division. So right away, the very first problem is a 2x2 problem. What I call a 2x2 problem is a problem, and you don't have to draw this diagram. I am going to draw the diagram, but you don't have to draw it. It's a problem in which they are not asking just simply want to choose one out of 4 choices. Okay, but they're actually asking you to choose between 2 choices and then a second set of 2 choices. And so what are the 2 choices that they're asking for? Didn't straighten out. So it's either DNA or it's mitochondria. M-I-T-O, mitochondria. Okay, and it's also, is the cell division going to be mitotic or meiotic? So notice that the ones that are mitochondria are 1 and 2. Mitotic cell division is number 1. Meiotic cell division is number 2. And DNA mitotic cell division is number 3. And DNA meiotic cell division is number 4. And so why are we mentioning this here? Because the thing is that a lot of times students, when they're doing these problems, they think that they have to think of both combinations of the question when in fact it's actually better to think of each one individually. So we want to think about whether the information is stored in the mitochondria or the DNA, and also if the cell division is mitotic or meiotic. Okay, so let's see. They said the information. This is what we're looking for, the information. And I do want you to really know this. The information is contained in DNA. That's really important to know. The cell's DNA is contained in the nucleus. The cell's information is contained in the nucleus. Now you might be saying, doesn't mitochondria have its own RNA in it? And yes, it does. So mitochondria has its own set of information storing capacity, but the mitochondria's RNA stores information for the mitochondria and for proteins related to mitochondrial energy production. So, and also just mitochondrial division, any information that's really relevant for the mitochondria's functions itself. Whereas the information that is whole cell information is contained in the DNA. So the answer is definitely contains DNA in it, and the ones that say mitochondria in it are going to be wrong. So we're going to cross that out in the note choice 1 and 2. Choice 1 and 2 are wrong. Choice 3 and 4 have have a bit of correct information. Now, if we look for the cell division type, the question next is the cell division type, is it meiotic or mitotic? Mitotic cell division essentially produces identical copies. And you sure do want identical copies of your skin cell. Like if you cut your finger, you want identical copies of those skin cells so that when the skin repairs itself, you end up getting hopefully no scar, or if you do get a scar, a very small one. So that mitotic cell division does that. But what about meiotic cell division? Meiotic cell division is primarily, and in humans especially, is used to produce gametes. And what are gametes? Sperm cell and egg cells. So meiotic cell division is used to produce gametes. Okay, mitotic cell division produces identical copies of the original cell. So this is definitely a mitotic cell division, not meiotic cell division. So choice 4 is wrong. Choice 3 is the only one who has 2 pieces of correct information. So the answer is choice 3. Moving on to number 2, ATP is produced in the vacuoles, nuclei, mitochondria, or ribosomes. ATP is produced in the vacuoles, nuclei, mitochondria, or ribosomes. This is a really important question to have, and it's number 2 because it's very early in the test, which means that it's probably meant to be an easier question. And in fact, this is something that's super emphasized. The powerhouse of the cell is the mitochondria. The powerhouse of the cell is the mitochondria. That's the words that we used when I was a kid, and they're still used by teachers. So what is ATP? ATP is a very high energy molecule. And in fact, I got a picture of what ATP looks like over here. So ATP is an extremely high energy molecule. Okay. Why do our bodies produce ATP? Well, sugars, carbohydrates are also pretty high energy molecules, but the individual bonds in the glucose and sucrose and the other sugars that we consume, they're capped by the energy of the individual bonds, which are not that high. So if we are performing a body action or a cell action that requires a lot more energy, higher amount of energy for the one reaction, we need a molecule that has higher energy. ATP does that. Another thing is if we need a way to transport high energy to different parts of the cell. And so ATP, the movement of ATP does that for us. So ATP is a very high energy molecule produced in the powerhouse of the cell. Powerhouse of the cell. So there we go. So the answer does seem to be mitochondria. What do ribosomes do? Ribosomes are in charge of producing proteins. So what they do is when DNA gets transcribed into RNA, messenger RNA, the messenger RNA gets moved to the ribosomes, and then the ribosomes read the messenger RNA and produce proteins. At 3 sets of letters in the DNA molecules, A, C, T, or G, any 3 combinations produce are called a codon, and they encode for a specific amino acid. The ribosomes stick to those amino acids together and eventually, little by little, spit out a protein, sometimes an extremely large protein. Now, what does the nucleus do? Nucleus stores the DNA, and it protects it also. So you don't want your DNA to be just randomly floating in the cell, because then it's prone to get more damage. So you want it protected inside a nucleus. Having a nucleus is such a big evolutionary advantage that there's actually in evolutionary history a time before we had a cell nucleus and a time after we had a cell nucleus, and those are very different times. Bacteria, any bacteria that does not have a nucleus, is called a prokaryote, and any life form that does have a cell nucleus is called a eukaryote. Okay, we are eukaryotes because we have cell nuclei. Now the vacuoles, all that they're really in charge of is storing mostly water. Do they have other things in them? Yes, but that's really their charge. Their charge is to store water. Okay, and by storing water, they produce pressure inside the cell, so they actually give the cell a lot of structure. Anyway, so we've confirmed that ATP is produced by the powerhouse of the cell, which is the mitochondria. Number 3, some trees release toxins into the soil that can kill the plants nearby. This ability can be best described as a means of establishing a consistent soil pH, or a benefit to the ecosystem since it results in increased biodiversity, or a trait acquired by the species to eliminate the consumers that feed on them, or an evolutionary advantage reducing competition for water, nutrients, and sunlight. So let's think about what this thing says, because some of these things would be good or bad depending on the situation, but the truth is we have to go into the context of the problem to be able to determine what they want us to discuss. The trees release toxins into the soil that kill nearby plants. Does this have any known effect on the pH? No. So this does not have no known effect on the pH. Okay. The number 2, is this a benefit to the ecosystem? I don't want to say yes or no to that, because plants do what plants do. They exist, and that's it. And they compete. They outcompete. Some take over. Some get outcompeted, but then they outcompete other plants in other places. Like, these are things that happen in nature, and so if this is a benefit or drawback to the ecosystem, I can't say. But does it result in increased biodiversity? It does not result in increased biodiversity, because if this plant is actually killing other plant species nearby, well, then that's a reduction in plant species nearby, which is a reduction in biodiversity. So that's why this one is incorrect. Number 3, is it a trait acquired by the species to eliminate the consumers that feed on them? This one seems good because it does eliminate something, but does it eliminate consumers? The other plants are not consumers. It actually eliminates other other producers. Let me erase that, and let's write producers. Producers. Okay. And that they don't feed on them, they compete against them. So that is not the answer. So number 4 is starting to look very good. Is it an evolutionary advantage? Definitely killing off your competitors gives an evolutionary advantage. So that seems to be an evolutionary advantage. Does it reduce competition for water? It does reduce competition for water, because the plants that drink the water through their roots are no longer there because they got killed by the toxins. And also the nutrients and sunlight are also not being absorbed by those plants, and the sunlight is not being blocked by those plants. So this is actually a very good answer. Number 4, when the frequency of a gene in a population changes, the most likely result would be ecological succession, biological evolution, species extinction, or genetic mutation. So, one thing I didn't say is I highly recommend choosing a choice before you hear me describe what the answer is. If you're looking to take this test, if you're just looking to watch this video to learn from it, then go ahead and just listen. But I would, if you're watching it to learn, I would actually choose an answer first as well. So just for fun. So when the frequency of a gene in a population changes, the most likely result would be is it ecological succession? Ecological succession is the process by which barren fields become slowly old growth forests. So it happens in stages, and I would love to talk about the stages right now, but I am going to talk about it later on in this video, so I'm not going to talk about it right now. But it is because of that. This problem does not have anything to do with specific ecological succession. It has to do with the frequency of a gene population changing. So does it likely result in biological evolution? Actually, that's literally what biological evolution is. It's a change in the frequency of gene expressions. Natural selection is the driver of that, for the most part. I saw some really interesting videos recently on natural selection, which I would love to discuss at some point. But it was I'll mention it now. But a person was doing a study on these very tiny mites, and he saw that they were all identical, so they must have been one species of mites, and that was the prevailing assumption. And then when he did the genetic testing, he found that there were two species, but they were identical. They were literally identical. And it turns out that what happened was there was a trait that was super beneficial, a series of traits that are super beneficial for these mites, and one of the mites evolved that trait in one way. Another set of mites evolved the trait in another way. So, and then they both had a 100% occurrence of the gene that caused this beneficial trait. But one had one version of the gene, one had just a totally different gene. Not even just like a different allele of it, it's just a different gene. And so, well, what happens if the two mate? They were able to mate and produce fertile offspring, which is an interesting thing about what makes a thing a species. They were able to produce fertile offspring, but because both of them had the gene for the trait caused by a different gene, the offspring did not necessarily have that trait, which means it was less likely to survive, which means that the two mites, despite living in the same place, they stayed separate as separate species. And then maybe perhaps many millennia in the future, maybe these mites may look different, but right now these mites look essentially identical. Excuse me. One of the things that I gotta say is when I'm doing these videos, unfortunately, editing takes so long with these videos that I decided that I would just record every single cough, every sneeze, whatever, every stutter. I'm just literally going to keep recording so that I don't have to do editing, so that I could just upload. Okay, so that said, again, this is about the frequency in gene expression in a population. Does it result in species extinction? Well, that's doesn't increasing the frequency of a gene in a population does not directly cause extinction, and in fact, genetic diversity tends to be a good thing, and natural selection tends to improve survivability for a species. So this one doesn't seem to be correct. And then genetic mutation, this increasing the frequency of a gene doesn't cause other mutations. So a mutation would cause a change in another gene. So this can't be the answer. So a biological evolution is the one that makes the most sense. And if you're wondering what evolution kind of is, it's a slow change of a species over time, but it's driven by natural selection. It's driven by literally frequencies changes in frequencies of gene expressions. Number 5, during the 1880s, and in an attempt to control the rat population, the Asian mongoose was brought to the Hawaiian Islands. Whew, good luck. However, there was a flaw in the plan. I wonder why. Rats are active at night while mongooses feed on birds and eggs during the day. Probably not a smart idea. Probably not. I'm going to say that that was a bad idea. I was an oopsie. They had little effect on the rat population. The mongoose population rapidly increased and caused the extinction of many bird species native to the island. That was a big oops. Things like this have been done in the past, and they haven't always turned out horribly, but this one very much did. Bringing mongooses to the Hawaiian Islands is an example of a technological fix to solve problems caused by population growth, or developing a research plan to study unintended outcomes, or humans altering the ecosystem resulting in unintended consequences, or an imported species solving an ecological problem. So again, this is bringing the mongooses. So what are we being asked about? This is an example of bringing the mongooses to the Hawaiian Islands is an example of. It's not a technological fix. This isn't a technological fix at all. This is bringing in a new species, no machines, no other types of technology involved at all. Now, is bringing the mongooses developing a research plan? Actually, no. And if they had studied it a little bit better, maybe made a better research plan, maybe they would have not had these unintended outcomes. So this one says developing a research plan to study unintended outcomes. They probably did that after the fact, not during. Okay. This one, humans altering the ecosystems, which is definitely something they did by bringing the mongooses in, resulting in unintended consequences. There was definitely an unintended consequence, and there was definitely an altering of the ecosystem. So this one's sounding very good. And now this one, an imported species, yes, it was imported, solving an ecological problem. Unfortunately, it did not happen. This was a oopsie. This was a booba. Whatever word you want to use for it, it is definitely resulting in unintended consequences. So there's some really good examples in Australia. The cane toad was brought into Australia to control the beetles, but of course the cane toad became a pest all on its own. The red fox was introduced for hunting, but was very destructive to native species, and cats were introduced also for hunting. But again, the cat itself killed cats in general kill off a ton of local species. Feral cats are a problem literally everywhere. Okay, and rabbits were also brought into Australia for hunting and recreation, but it caused a significant amount of damage. And other animals were brought in to hunt the rabbits. Like it's really a lot of insane things that were done to control other populations of animals. Really interesting things. So number 6, many companies today are looking for ways to reduce the use of finite resources. They are working to recycle, reuse, and repair more products to reduce dumping and pollution. Which statement best describes a positive result of these changes? Fossil fuels will be renewed for future generations to utilize, or finite resources will not be depleted as quickly, or these activities can result in an unstable ecosystem, or destruction of ecosystems will result in a loss of biodiversity. Let's talk about, just real quick, they said which one results in a positive result of these changes. Immediately, I see choice 3. These activities can result in unstable ecosystems. That's not a positive. Having an unstable ecosystem can actually create a very, very dangerous situation. Number 4, the destruction of ecosystems will result in loss of biodiversity. A loss of biodiversity, not generally speaking a good thing. You want as much biodiversity as possible in an ecosystem. Okay? Turn this mic a little bit. Perfect. All right. Quick mic check. Okay. So, then it has to be either number one or number two. And now we're left with a passing problem, and I will talk about a passing problem later on in the video. Why I call this a passing problem, but I'm going to mark this as PPP, passing problem. So this one again, they're talking about recycling, reusing, and repairing more products to reduce dumping and pollution. So which describes a positive result of recycle, reusing, and repairing. Is it fossil fuels will be renewed for future generations to utilize? I wish that was true and even largely possible. And maybe perhaps some genius figures out a way to make this actually sustainable. But we, generally speaking, do not have any way of producing fossil fuels in a way that is sustainable. So it's in fact it's very likely that if we could do that, there's probably something that we could do that's even more efficient. Like, for example, producing hydrogen, which burns to water, which then we can use water to split with energy from the sun, perhaps, to produce more hydrogen, which then we can burn for water. And hydrogen happens to burn extremely highly energetically with oxygen. So I suspect that while this, for a lot of really good reasons, this one is not it, because we should understand when we think fossil fuels, we think of trees and bacteria beds being buried in sediment at a time of Earth's history where the detritivores that exist now and the bacterias that exist now didn't exist then. So there was nothing to break down these giant beds of fallen trees, fallen fungi, fallen bacteria, and they would just get compacted, and all that carbon would slowly become coal. The carbon in these living things that were then compacted slowly over time. They would become coal. And a lot of the other chemicals, of course, life has a lot more chemicals than just carbon. A lot of those chemicals, literally, in the process of creating the coal, also got pushed out of the coal through heat, mostly, and evaporation also. So the coal tends to be very highly carbon and very high energy. But we can't reproduce that. And so we do not reproduce fossil fuels. So this one is... but this one is very much a clear benefit. If we recycle, reuse, repair, reduce, repurpose, all of that, finite resources don't get depleted as quickly. So this one, just number two, is a very good answer. I put this picture here because of an interesting thing about evolution. Evolution doesn't always happen the way we think it should. There are a lot of drivers of a lot of benefits to having certain traits relative to others. Number 7. Which characteristic would give one species the greatest advantage over other species? Is it the higher number of surviving offspring, or the lower number of matings, or a lower adaptation to the environment, or a higher rate of disease? Which characteristic would give one species the greatest advantage? 3 of these are just not advantages. One of them maybe is not so obvious, so I'll go backwards. Is it an advantage to have a higher rate of disease? Absolutely not, because then members of your species are going to be killed off. Number 3, lower adaptation to the environment. You want a higher adaptation to the disease, just like you want a lower rate of disease. So you want higher adaptation, not lower adaptation. In fact, adaptation to the environment is again the driver of natural selection. So number 2, a lower number of mating or a higher number of surviving offspring. These are kind of opposites. And the fact that they're kind of opposites is a hint that perhaps one of these 2 answers is the correct answer. But either way, we've eliminated 2 very wrong choices, and we have a passing problem. Yet again, we'll talk about what a passing problem is later on in this video. But survival requires offspring to survive. So a lower number of matings reduces in fewer offspring being produced, which means that would give a species a disadvantage. A species with a higher number of matings would have an advantage. So a higher number of surviving offspring would have to be the answer. If you look over here, I put this image, a dire wolf, gray wolf, and husky dog, because they look very different, but they were around for different reasons, and they competed and outcompeted each other in different places for different reasons. But eventually, two of these stuck around, and one of them didn't. We still have gray wolves. They had become locally extinct due to human hunting, but wherever they tend to exist, they tend to thrive. And huskies, which are a dog, which some of you may even have a husky in the home, they survive because, well, they're cute, is one, and I believe they're cold weather dogs is another. So, but generally speaking, dogs tend to survive because of their cuteness, and positive behaviors with humans. Gray wolves tend to survive because they're really very good hunters, and they're very efficient as pack hunters. So why would a gray wolf outcompete a much bigger, stronger dire wolf? Dire wolves tended to need a significant amount more energy and greater resources, and they also ran hotter. So the places where they could survive was actually more limited than the areas for the gray wolves. Eventually, they were outcompeted by the gray wolves just due to efficiency reasons. The dire wolves did not needed more resources, and the gray wolf needed fewer. I mentioned that we would talk about ecological succession later on, and here we are. Number 8, the diagram below represents the same location over a period of many years. And we see a time axis, bare field, grass stage, shrub stage, pine forest stage, hardwood forest stage. And as a result of these changes, biodiversity in the area decreases, or the community becomes more stable, or the community becomes less stable, or biology is not affected. Well, one of these is clearly not correct. Biology is clearly affected. From a bare field to a hardwood forest, biology is clearly affected. The next one, the biodiversity in the area decreases. We see in time, from the grass stage to the hardwood forest stage, there's a lot of increase of biodiversity. So there's definitely not a decrease in biodiversity. And there's a lot of biodiversity that's hidden in this diagram that we don't even see. For example, in a bare field, there's not much that can survive. In a grass field, we start being able to have snakes, or let's say mice, for example, in the grass stages, because mice can eat the grass, and other animals, like for example, rabbits can eat the grass. And then other animals that hunt those very small game, like snakes, can come in and live in the grass areas. The same is true for the shrub stages, but now in the shrub stages, you might get berries that can sustain bigger animals, which can sustain more birds now. And of course, we just talked about snakes, but other bigger animals, animals that like cats and foxes may be able to live more efficiently in the shrub stage as well. In the pine forest stage, we have a tremendous number of insects that can survive in a pine forest, a tremendous number of birds, not just birds that eat insects, but also owls, hawks, etc. Deer can survive in many of these stages. And in a hardwood stage, there's a significant amount of biodiversity. Many different animals can live in a hardwood forest. So both of these, that's more of a statement that biodiversity increases, and biodiversity is clearly affected. So the answer is either the community becomes more stable or the community becomes less stable. And at this point, we've eliminated two choices, and yet once again, we've talked about a passing problem because we've eliminated two choices. At this point, I will just briefly talk about what a passing problem is. This here is the conversion chart between your raw score on the Living Environment Regents and your scaled score. And you see over here, to pass the test, you need 85 points, and there's 85 questions. Every question is literally 1 point, exactly 1 point. But then that gets converted into a scaled score. 85 is 100, a 0 is a 0, but then what is a 65? A 65 is a 41, which is just right there at half of 85. Half of 85 is technically 42 and a half, which is half of 41. So why do I call a problem in which you've eliminated two choices a passing problem? Notice, very much unlike the math test, which you need half the multiple choice approximately, or really a little bit more than half the multiple choice. Here, you need about half the total questions. But because the questions are short answer, you usually can eke out a lot of points in the short answer questions. So if you get to a question and you can eliminate two choices, that question, statistically speaking, really neither lowers your grade relative to a passing grade nor increases your grade relative to a passing grade. And that's why I call it a passing problem. However, there's often something that you could do, a lot of things that you could do to continue to improve your score on that problem to make it more likely that you pass the test. But notice this is the reason that a passing problem is when you eliminate half the multiple choice questions. And there we go. Okay, so with this in this problem, we've eliminated the two choices. Now, here's the question: does the community become more stable, or does the community become less stable? If the community became less stable, you would actually see a great deal of change over time, over a short amount of time. Whereas if the community becomes more stable, you would see less change over time. And what happens here from the bare field to the grass stage is very short before you get to the shrub stage. That one lasts a certain amount of time, longer than the grass stage, but then you get to the pine forest stage, which actually can last many, many, many years, many hundreds of years. In fact, maybe even sometimes over 1,000 years. But then you get to the hardwood forest stage, and it kind of just stays there. As far as we can tell, there isn't a stage after the hardwood forest stage, but we don't know. There might be another stage that no region has lasted long enough to be able to get there. That said, the stability of a hardwood forest stage is greater than the stability of a pine forest stage. The stability of a pine forest stage is greater than the stability of a shrub stage. That stage has a stability that's greater than the grass stage. And of course, the bare field is just completely unstable. It doesn't take very long for something to grow there at all. So number two, the community becomes more stable makes a whole lot more sense than the community becoming less stable. Number 9, between 1880 and 2020, Earth's temperature increased slightly more than 1 degree Celsius, which is actually a lot more than it seems. It's a pretty tremendous growth in temperature. And we see the graph. I do take a quick look at the graph, and I see 1880, and I see that there was some drop for a short amount of time before it started going up. And then right around the 1960s, it was just like super fast. And so I take a quick look at the graph. I do see it says change in global average temperatures. I see temperature changes. I see the year. I always take a quick look at the graph before moving on. But now I move on and come back to the graph later. The best explanation for this increase in temperature, again, is it a decrease in the amount of sunlight reaching the Earth each year, or is it an increase in the amount of solar radiation reflected back into space, or is it a change in concentrations of gases in the atmosphere, or is it volcanic activity releasing ash and dust into the atmosphere? 3 of these actually cause cooling, interestingly. One of them not so necessarily causes cooling, but 3 of them do. Let's go from choice 1. Does a decrease in the amount of sunlight reaching the Earth cause an increase in the temperature? Well, no. The source of heat on Earth is the sun. So a decrease in the amount of sunlight reaching the Earth would cause a decrease in temperature. And choice 2, does an increase in the amount of solar radiation reflected back into space cause an increase in temperature? Again, this one, the source of heat is the sun. So if the energy does get to the Earth, but then the Earth just reflects it back into space, then the energy doesn't stay here, which means that's a decrease in the amount of energy that is being absorbed by the Earth, which cause a decrease in temperature. So it's not number 2. Choice 3, a concentration of gases in the atmosphere. This is a really important thing to know. The concentration of carbon dioxide has gone up. The concentration of methane has gone up. And there are other greenhouse gases that have been added to the atmosphere, but these 2 are the main culprits for global warming. And how do they cause global warming? Because when I was a kid, I just thought that it was just as simple as, well, when you burn fossil fuels, the burning of fossil fuels does produce heat, so that was the source of the temperature going up. That's what I thought. Especially if you think, well, if you put a car in a closed room, that closed room is going to get pretty hot pretty quickly, along with getting a lot of choking gases, sure, but that room's going to get hot pretty quickly. But that's not actually it. So what the CO2 does, if you just look outside at any point, I'm looking outside right now. I have a set of windows there and a set of windows there, and I see a blue sky, I see white clouds, I see trees, and it happens to be a sunny day, and I'm looking out, and I could see the trees that are half a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 10 miles away. I could see them. Why? Because our atmosphere is transparent to visible light. Fun fact. I strongly suspect that the reason that the atmosphere is so perfectly transparent to us is if you look at the absorption lines of CO2, it absorbs basically zero percent of the light in the visible spectrum. Same thing with nitrogen and same thing with oxygen. But then both CO2 and nitrogen start to absorb more energy as you get away from the visible spectrum. So if you actually saw light outside of what we currently call the visible spectrum, everything would start looking hazy when it was farther away, because the air itself would be absorbing all those other wavelengths of light. So now what about CO2? It happens to be that CO2, despite it being very nice and transparent in visible light, is essentially black for other wavelengths of light, and it absorbs a tremendous amount of solar radiation. And when it does that, that is literally the definition of getting hot. So thus the carbon dioxide itself literally absorbs heat from the sun. The carbon dioxide gets hot and it heats up molecules around it, and that's how the heat is transferred into the atmosphere. And from the atmosphere being hotter, that transfers that heat onto the surface of the Earth, doing all those things that we are scared of, like melting the ice caps. And so that is actually the bigger cause. And methane, by the way, kind of same deal. Methane is very dark, significantly darker in non-visible wavelengths of light than even CO2 is. Methane is something on the order of 100 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide already is a quite potent greenhouse gas. So that one is looking very nice. I'm starting to think that number 3 is the correct choice. So what about number 4? Volcanic activity releasing ash and dust into the atmosphere. We could imagine perhaps a volcano exploding or erupting, maybe increasing temperatures. And volcanoes erupting do add heat on the surface. But we don't have that many volcanoes going on right now. And the second thing is, we do have a lot of volcanoes going on, but they're not just like spewing insane amounts of dust and lava and heat into the atmosphere. But the other thing is, the dust itself, you would think that must cause global warming. But in fact, it does the opposite. And that perhaps is surprising, but especially since dust, when we look at it, it's dark gray. But you'd be surprised how much darker in other spectra carbon dioxide and methane are relative to dust. Dust actually has more of a reflective effect on the sun. And then on top of that, it stays so high, volcanic ash stays so high up in the atmosphere that it tends to reflect light from very high up. And even if it did absorb a little bit, which it does, it tends to keep that heat all the way up very high in the atmosphere. And so it doesn't actually produce global warming. It actually produces global cooling. So choice 4 is not the right answer. Choice 3 is the only one that makes sense. Number 10, 2 different species of animals prefer the same plant for food. One eats leaves of the plant, the other prefers the fruit. By eating different parts of the same plant, these species can successfully coexist because they do not compete for limited resources, or they do not live in the same area, or they reproduce at the same time of the year, or they interact in a predator-prey relationship. So some of these answers that don't quite make sense, because these two species of animals prefer the same plant for food. They're not. It's not one of them is not eating the other one, so they do not interact in a predator-prey relationship. Okay, this problem does not discuss at all reproduction, so it doesn't. That can't be the answer. So the question: do they live? Is do they live in the same area? Absolutely. Do they compete for the limited resources? Maybe a little bit. But not that much because they eat different types of parts of the plant. But here's the thing. It says why they can successfully coexist. They do not live in the same area. Literally, coexisting literally means living in the same area. So they totally live in the same area. But so now, do they compete for? But this one says they do not compete for limited resources. It's an extremely small amount of an effect that one of these will have on the other, because one eats one part of the plant, not eating the food of the other animal, while the other animal eats a different part of the plant, not eating the first animal's food. So they don't compete for limited resources, not in any extreme way. Yeah, so that's definitely the answer that makes more sense. Number 11, different techniques are used to study cells. Fluorescent glowing tags allow scientists to visualize specific proteins as they are synthesized inside cells. Which part of a cell would be studied when using this technology to visualize protein synthesis? Is it the nucleus, ribosome, cell wall, or cell membrane? So let's see. We are studying parts of the cell that, in order to visualize protein synthesis. We talked about this earlier in the problem. The nucleus stores and protects the DNA. So that's not it. And it also allows a lot of proteins to come in and out, but it doesn't produce the proteins. But the ribosomes, these are the protein creators. They take the messenger RNA that's read from the DNA. The ribosomes read the messenger RNA. That messenger RNA codes for proteins. And so then proteins are produced by the ribosomes. The cell wall and the cell membrane, these are the outside of the cell. Oops. The outside of the cell. And do not produce proteins. So that's not it, that's not it, and that's not it. So it is number 2. Number 12. The image below shows a recently discovered fossil of an unhatched egg of a theropod dinosaur. The dinosaur is in a pre-hatching position, similar to bird embryos in unhatched eggs today. Prior to finding the fossil, this behavior was never seen in animals other than birds. The fact that both theropod dinosaurs and birds share this behavior is evidence that birds and theropod dinosaurs are related and share a common ancestor, or animals that develop in eggs must use this behavior to survive, or this behavior decreases reproductive success, or behaviors like this must be learned from parents. So some of these answers just don't make a lot of sense. How would an animal inside of an egg learn from its parents? I would say it probably can't. I can't think of a really good way. The animal is literally inside of the egg, which has a white or colorful shell. not allowing them to see the parent very much. This is very highly unlikely to be the answer at all. The next, the number three, again, this behavior, the behavior of putting themselves in a pre-hatching position, does this behavior decrease reproductive success? There is no evidence that there's any amount of reproductive success foiled or improved here. But likely getting into a position, into a pre-hatching position, probably has a positive effect in increasing then reproductive success. So likely has no effect to increases. And this one's not learned. Okay, so number two, the fact that both theropod dinosaurs and birds share this behavior, is it evidence that the animals develop and the eggs must use this behavior to survive? Well, they did say here this behavior was never seen in animals other than birds. There are plenty of animals that lay eggs. Reptiles, for the most part, lay eggs. So the fact that this behavior was never seen in animals other than birds, but reptiles lay eggs, very strongly implies that this behavior is not required for the animal to survive. Now, this one, is it evidence that birds and theropod dinosaurs related to each other are related and share a common ancestor? Well, yeah, that's evidence of it. And just so you know, it is very likely that they actually just do share a very close common ancestor. It's very likely. It's actually, at this point, when I was a kid, I remember there was still a lot of debate about whether birds evolved from dinosaurs. But it was mostly settled by the time I graduated high school. And by this time, 2025, when I'm doing this video, it's basically accepted that birds and theropod dinosaurs have a common ancestor within the theropod dinosaur lineage. So this one is the one that makes the most sense. And does it mean that we only assume that that's true only based on this one piece of evidence? No, there is a ton of evidence. For example, the fact that theropod dinosaurs seem to have feathers, their shape of their limbs, the shape of their bones. When I was a kid, our dinosaurs looked very large and leathery, and so many of them were large. But it seems to be a lot of the evidence seems to point to the fact that dinosaurs tended to be not simply leathery, but they had a downy, feathery look to them. So this picture is much more realistic to what a bipedal dinosaur might have looked like. Number 13, the graph below represents the amount of stored energy in each level of an energy pyramid. I see a stored energy. I see amount of energy stored pointing upward. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. Then I go to the problem. The amount of stored energy between level 1 and level 4 decreases because there are more organisms at level 4, or is it that level 1 has more consumers, or at each level some energy is released as heat, or there are more producers at each level? Well, level 1 is usually the only level that has the producers. It is the only level that has the producers. Okay? So these are then consumers. Primary consumers, secondary consumers, and tertiary consumers. Primary, secondary, tertiary. And what does happen, that each level consumes energy. Some of that energy is just lost. Some of the energy is just lost. So as time goes on, this one makes a lot more sense. Choice 3, that each level some energy is released as heat. The other choices, let's see, there are more producers at each level. Actually, there's only producers at level 1. So it goes from all to zero. Number one, level one has more consumers. It does not have more consumers. It has more producers. And then choice one, there are more organisms at level four. Now, in principle, this one may seem plausible, but in fact, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It is perhaps theoretically possible that could happen. That level four might have more organisms in it, but it just doesn't. It would for that to happen, animals or organisms in level four would have to absorb that energy through eating, but then somehow just not use very much of the energy, and just kind of survive, and then consume more, and then just like really not move at all while they're just waiting for the next meal, and then that's all that they do. So that's not what happens. There are, generally speaking, fewer organisms as you go further down the levels. Okay, so choice three, that at each level some energy is released as heat, is absolutely correct. In fact, you are hotter than the temperature around you right now, very likely, unless you're outside in 99 to 100 degree heat, watching this video, which if you are, by the way, go you, I'm proud of you. But very likely you are in a room that's like 70-ish degrees, maybe a little colder, maybe a little hotter, and probably the reason you're doing that is because your body heat at 98.6 or 97.9 degrees is constantly needing a way to get rid of that heat. So we are more comfortable in a cooler room. Number 14, in a sexually reproducing species of plant, which change could occur that would have an effect on the species in the future? Changes in the egg cells in the ovaries of the plant's flowers, or variations that occur in the root cells of the plants in the field, or differences in the leaf cells that are exposed to solar radiation, or a change in the DNA sequence caused by ultraviolet radiation in cells of the plant's stems. So this is important. This is saying in a sexually reproducing species, the change would have to have an effect on the species in the future. If a change occurs that is not passed down to the next generation, then that change does not have an effect on the species in the future. So something has to change in a way that can be passed down to the next generation. So does a change in the egg cells in the ovaries of a plant's flowers, does that have an effect on the species in the future? Yes. Because then the egg cells, then so the egg cells are gametes, then they pass down their genetic information to the next generation. Number two, variations occur in the root cells of the plants in the field. Again, that's a part of the plant that does not undergo sexual reproduction. Roots can undergo asexual reproduction, but not sexual reproduction. So that's why choice two is incorrect. So root cells, they said sexual, not asexual. The next one, the differences in leaf cells that are exposed to solar radiation, then that's not passed down. Leaves not passed down to future generations. A trait in the leaf cell could be passed down to the future generations if the trait of the leaf cell is in the DNA, but it would mean that it would have had to occur in the original cell that made the seed for the plant, or whatever other way that the plant reproduces. So that's not it. Or a change in the DNA sequence caused by ultraviolet radiation in the cells of the plant's stems. Once again, this choice sounded great because the change in the DNA occurred, but it happened in the plant stem, which is not involved in reproduction. So choice 1 is looking mighty fine. Number 15, manufacturers go into producing goods that are used by people in their everyday lives. In manufacturing, the production of goods and use of energy is always positive because it's the only way that for goods to be produced, or can only be negative because it generates a lot of pollution, or is neither positive nor negative because the energy is necessary, or can have both positive and negative effects. So when I was doing this test, number 3 looked very nice until I realized that there's a difference between being both positive and negative and being neither positive and negative. So there in the previous problem I talked about the plants competing being neither positive or negative. That's how nature operates. This one, this is talking about the production of goods and use of energy. They could be, I could see good things and bad things, but is it always positive? It's not always positive. And is it only negative? It can't be only negative. But the question is it neither positive or negative, or can it have both positive and negative effects? So if we think about some positive effects in manufacturing, so that's what it takes to do this problem. We think about some positive effects of manufacturing. We do manufacturing because we're using the things that are manufactured. I'm literally on a computer, which has a lot of parts that were manufactured. Writing on a writing tablet, which was manufactured. Being recorded on a camera with a lens that was extremely carefully manufactured, and a camera that was manufactured, plugged into a outlet that was also manufactured, and you're watching this on your own phone or computer. There's a ton of manufacturing that has positive effects. You are currently learning biology from me because of positive effects of manufacturing. Now, are there negative effects? Well, manufacturing processes might cause a lot of pollution. So yeah, there are definitely some negative effects that can go into the manufacturing process. So it's not neither positive nor negative. It's definitely both positive or negative. The illustration below represents two cellular processes, A and B. Cellular process A sees a cell split into two. Cellular process B has two cells with an arrow pointing to a single cell. Select the row in the table that correctly identifies the cellular process. Row cellular process A, is it meiosis, recombination, fertilization, or mitosis? And cellular process B, is it differentiation, cloning, recombination, or fertilization? Okay, so meiosis has an interesting process, but meiosis starts off with a single cell, and that one produces two cells. And then those two cells go on to split into two more. And then depending on the species, usually only one of these is then used. In the case of human egg cells, only one of these goes on to be an egg cell. And the other ones are just like polar bodies that don't survive. In other creatures, it theoretically could be that all four of them survive. And if you happen to know when sperm cells are being produced, if all four of these become sperm cells, I would love to know. I actually don't know the answer to that. So that said, cellular process A does not produce two copies of a cell, so it's not meiosis. And these aren't even copies of a cell. The four daughter cells are not identical copies of the original. They have, in fact, fewer chromosomes. In humans, for example, a cell is diploid, and then the egg cell and sperm cell are haploid. Okay, is number one an example of recombination? What is recombination? Recombination is when genes in chromosomes mix. And now you might think, wait, is that a thing? Not mix. Mix is probably not the right word. Switch. So, for example, you have, two copies of chromosome 13. In the process of making sperm cells or egg cells, those two chromosomes are copied. But not only are those two chromosomes copies, but pieces of one of the chromosome 13 switch and trade with other copies of chromosome 13. So there is a lot of that's what recombination is, and that happens a lot in the process of meiosis. But it's not that. This one's not looking good. Okay, fertilization, number one. Well, one cell is becoming two cells. Is becoming two cells. So fertilization doesn't make sense for choice 3 because fertilization takes two cells and merges them to become one cell. And then mitosis does split one cell into two. One cell into two. So meiosis is looking good. So just on cellular process A is already not looking good. And number 4 is looking like it probably is the only answer. But cellular process B, now differentiation. Differentiation is the process of where cells take on different functions. When cells in a fertilized egg reproduce, those cells are essentially identical. But as time goes on and the cells continue to split more and more and more and more, the daughter cells start to look different from the parent cells, and different parts of the now embryo or zygote, different parts of the zygote have cells that look slightly different from other parts, and as those cells also continue to reproduce and split and grow, they start to look different from each other, and then eventually you get things like skin cells and liver cells and heart cells and brain cells and nerve cells. So that's the process of differentiation. Cloning takes a living thing and reproduces an identical copy from one parent. Now, recombination, we talked about it earlier. Again, genes and chromosomes, chromosomes exchange genes with each other. That's recombination. So that's not looking good. That's not looking good again. And then fertilization, this for example, you might have a sperm cell that meets an egg cell. Literally goes inside the egg cell, and that they become one cell. Absolutely. So fertilization is looking good. Choice 4 is the only one. It looks good for cellular process A and also for cellular process B. Number 17, a food web is represented below. And this is a pretty complex food web. I do take a quick look at it. I see trees, shrubs, grasses, crickets, mice, frogs, owls, hawks, snakes, rabbits, deer, and mountain lions. And I see the arrows pointing upward. Generally speaking, some cross and some don't go to one side or don't go to the other. So this is a really interesting tree, interesting food web. And it says that a chemical was introduced into the environment that causes a decrease in the population of mice. So I'll put a check, a cross, and also a check, because some of them survive and some of them didn't. Right? This would most likely cause. Now that I drew that here, I might be able to see the answer better. Does this most likely cause an increase in the deer population, or an increase in the shrub population, or a decrease in the tree population, or a decrease in the snake population? So these are really interesting questions. But does it cause an increase in the deer population? In this food web, deer and mice seem to not interact. So, in fact, the arrows point from grasses to mice, but the shrubs and trees point towards deer. So this one doesn't seem to be it. An increase in the shrub population. Again, in this diagram, the grasses point up to mice, but the shrubs do not point up to mice. So that one does not make sense. This one, a decrease in the tree population. Once again, the trees don't point towards the mice, which means the trees are not eaten by the mice. But number 4, a decrease in the snake population. Why might that happen? Well, we see that the mice, some of them are not surviving this process, and then the mice that would normally be eaten by the snake are then fewer. So snakes would actually very likely reduce in population. That's the most likely outcome. So that one does make sense. Okay. Another energy question here. This one's the food chain. Number 18, populations of organisms making up an Arctic food chain are represented below. And I do look real quick. Algae, zooplankton, Arctic cod, ringed seal, and polar bear. And with arrows from left to right. Okay, that's a food chain, an Arctic food chain. Which statement concerning this food chain is most accurate? Is it the greatest amount of energy in the food chain is located in the polar bear region, or the zooplankton, which provide food for the cod, are the main producers in this chain, or a reduction in the algae population would most likely affect the survival of all other populations in this food chain, or the organisms in this chain can all produce their own energy during long periods of cold weather. So let's talk about what a producer is. A producer, because nothing on Earth truly just creates energy from nothing. It is, and the reason we know that is that it's physically impossible to produce energy from nothing. But so how do producers? Why are producers considered to be the producers of energy? They're not the producers of energy. Truly, they're the producers of energy containing molecules. So they convert solar energy and chemical energy into chemical energy, usually in the form of carbohydrates. So why did I put this and chemical? Why did I put this and chemical? Because deep sea vents do have producers that they have chemosynthetic organisms. So the Earth really truly does have two sources of energy for producers. One is the sun, and that is actually the main producer of energy. Half of that energy goes to plants on the surface of the Earth, and approximately half of that goes to algae and other things like that in the oceans. So, but again, with a small amount of that energy also being produced through chemosynthesis near deep sea vents. But why are they called producers then again? It's because they use that energy to produce energy containing molecules and other nutrients. Okay? So the greatest amount of food energy in the food chain is located in the polar bears. No, the algae has the greatest amount of energy. As living things get consumed down the line from the algae to the zooplankton to the Arctic cod and winged seal and polar bear, some of the energy is lost, and so the polar bears have the lowest energy. And that energy is often just plain old lost to heat. Okay? Best way to think about it. So the greatest energy is not contained in the polar bears population because they contain the lowest. Okay. The next one, the zooplankton, which provide food for the cod, are the main producers. They're not the main producers. They're consumers. They consume algae. They do not produce energy because they are not absorbing energy from the sun to produce to undergo photosynthesis. So number 3, a reduction in the algae population would most likely affect the survival of all the populations in the food chain. That does make sense. If you affect the algae in these regions, well, the zooplankton don't have the algae to eat. That can get affected. The Arctic cod may not have the zooplankton to eat. The Arctic cod will not be eaten by the ringed seal, and the ringed seal might not be eaten by the polar bear. The exact effects on the populations can vary tremendously in very interesting ways. But in fact, this algae is the algae population effect would affect other levels. So, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cross that out. I meant that it does make sense. So this one is looking good. So the fourth one, the organisms in this chain all produce their own energy. Sure, they don't. No, they don't. The only ones that produce the energy are the producers. So that's not it. Okay. So number 3 is looking mighty fine. Okay. Number 19, the protein in a hamburger is broken down into amino acids. Which two processes are involved in the breakdown of protein and the absorption of the amino acids in the bloodstream? Is synthesis and mitosis, or digestion and diffusion, or mitosis and digestion, or active transport and replication? They want to know the breakdown and the absorption. The breakdown and the absorption. We have already talked about what mitosis is. That's splitting of cells into two. So any that say mitosis can't be the correct answer, and we now have a passing problem. But this one, digestion, diffusion versus active transport and replication. Replication is the process of creating copies. So it's not active transport. It's digestion, though, is the process of breakdown of things that you eat into their constituent parts. And diffusion is the passive transport of different chemicals from one place in your body to another, in the absorption of the amino acids into the bloodstream. So number 2 does make sense. So no, but unfortunately, because of that replication statement, number 4 does not make sense. Plausibly, active transport may make sense if you don't know how amino acids are transported, plausibly speaking, but replication makes it not make sense. Number 20, and this animal, tuatara, is a very interesting animal. Like, it looks like many of the iguanas, for example, that might exist in pet stores, and you might even have one at home, but they're very different. Number 20, tuatara are the last survivors of an ancient group of reptiles that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. Tuatara contain a very large genome. The genome, its complete set of genes, is about 2/3 bigger than the human genome. One possible explanation for why the tuatara has survived since prehistoric times is that their large genome has enabled them to live on a part of Earth that has not gone through any environmental changes since the time of the dinosaurs. 65 million years of no change? Doesn't sound good. Or provided the members of the species with characteristics that gave them advantages for survival in changing environments. Or can mutate when the species needs to develop characteristics that will adapt the members to live in areas that are very cold or very warm. Or can rearrange genes so that the species evolves when environmental changes occur. The rearrangement of genes, we just talked about recombination, but that happens with between like 2 of the same chromosome. Like chromosome 9 and chromosome 9 can exchange genes, but that's in the process of meiosis. It's not just generally speaking all the time in all body cells. So rearrangement of genes is extremely rare. So that's why this one doesn't make sense. And they don't do that to undergo conscious evolution. when environmental changes occur. Number one, does their large genome, has it enabled them to live in a part of Earth that has not gone through environmental changes since the time of the dinosaurs? We're talking about 65 million years, right? Every part of Earth has undergone changes since the time of the dinosaurs. Every single part, okay? So that can't be it. Number two, provided the members of the species with characteristics that gave them advantages for survival in a changing environment. Well, that does make sense. Changing environment, but they still have to survive. So the characteristics likely gave them that advantage. So that is making a lot of sense. Number three, they can mutate when the species needs to develop characteristics. Again, species do not undergo conscious changes like these. So they can't undergo a conscious mutation to develop characteristics that adapts the members to live in the area that are very cold or very warm. It's not even the question is not even really about consciousness, because maybe it's not conscious, but mutations, generally speaking, are more likely to be harmful than beneficial. So undergoing mutations in order to adapt is not normally the best route. Normally the best route is that you already have a trait that maybe was like a mid trait, and then all of a sudden there's a change that made it so like this one weird little mini trait that you had turned out to be super beneficial. That's usually how it happens. But in other words, when there is a change, members of a species that already have a trait that allows them to survive are usually the ones that do. So that's not it. And choice two, the genes gave them the characteristics that gave them the advantages. They already had the characteristics. Number 21, two primary chemical messengers used in communication with the human body include antibodies and pathogens, or organic catalysts and toxins, or enzymes and antigens produced by the body cells, or hormones and chemicals produced by nerve cells. Toxins are harmful chemicals. So they're not primary chemical messengers in the body. There's no way that that's true. And catalysts, organic catalysts, they speed up reactions. But they're not involved in the process of being chemical messengers, sending messages. Antibodies are, they attack antigens. And so what are antigens? Are harmful organisms or chemicals. Generally speaking, when we think about antigens, they're harmful organisms. It could be harmful chemicals, proteins, but usually it's specifically harmful organisms. COVID-19, the virus SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, is a great example of it. But the antigens are not used in communication. Antigens are used to attack antibodies. Pathogens are not even messengers. Pathogens are also there's harmful organisms. So it's definitely not the way that the body communicates. Or enzymes and antigens. We just talked about enzymes. Enzymes also speed up reactions. And the difference between an enzyme and a catalyst, an enzyme just usually is a protein that has a very, very extremely specific reaction that it speeds up. Like, for example, we have lactase in our bodies that break down lactose, which is milk sugar. And if you happen to not produce lactase in your body with efficiency, you may be lactose intolerant. But again, not a communication thing. Antigens, again, once again, for the same reason, not the way the body communicates, but hormones are literally the communication chemical. In fact, that is the thing that makes a hormone a hormone. It is a chemical that's used by your body to communicate between cells, within a cell, outside of to other to cells outside of in other regions of the body. That's what hormones do. And then, of course, nerve cells also are involved in a tremendous amount of communication. My hand just did this, and that had to do that required nerve cells to fire to produce certain chemicals and exchange information through synapses. So this one is looking very good. It is important to know, just like we learned that the mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell because they produce ATP, which is a very high energy molecule, you also want to know the other things that are relevant. Again, ribosomes produce proteins, and we just learned that hormones are the chemicals that are used for the body to communicate. Number 22, Holstein cows have become the most widespread breed of dairy cows in the United States. They have been selectively bred to have many characteristics beneficial to dairy farmers. Holsteins are known for their ability to produce large quantities of milk. In addition, they are often calm and agreeable animals. Which statement best describes a potential risk of selective breeding process to future generations of Holstein dairy cows? Is it genetic diversity in the breed may become limited over time, or increased in it increases the chances of having even more desired characteristics, or it results in mainly highly productive and long-lived animals, or it improves the health of future generations of Holstein cows? This question could have been written a lot better in the sense that, like, they could have made it a little bit of a challenge. But here's the thing. Why students get it wrong? Because they don't go into the problem and look for the thing that they asked for. The problem just did say, which just describes the potential risk. Genetic diversity may become limited. That is a risk. But look at these other ones. It increases the chances of having even more desired characteristic. This might, if anything, that would be a benefit. Or it results in mainly highly productive and long-lived animals, yet another benefit. And then it improves the health of future generations of Holstein cattle. Again, that would be a benefit. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily happen when you reduce genetic diversity. When genetic diversity becomes limited, what can happen is that the members of the species are more likely to be harmed by a change in the environment or another pathogen. And so having a reduced genetic diversity is, generally speaking, harmful. In fact, that's why natural selection tends to, despite the fact that it tends to make beneficial mutations become more prevalent over time, genetic diversity actually tends to also increase natural selection tends to also increase the level of genetic diversity in a species. In other words, species over time become more genetically diverse. Artificial selection, which is the process that humans use to choose the offspring that we want to choose for the desired traits, that actually tends to reduce genetic diversity because we are literally choosing plants and animals, and in this case animals, that have a very specific trait that we want, extremely specific trait that we want, and only producing those. But those really special traits are, generally speaking, only produced by one gene. So when we're doing that, we're actually reducing the amount of genetic diversity, and that is a risk. The Gros Michel banana, which is actually here, versus the Cavendish. Like, when you think of a banana, I would bet money that when you think of a banana, you think about the one that's on the bottom of the screen. Whereas the top one, the Gros Michel banana, at one point was actually the favorite banana. People really dug this banana. I happen to strongly dislike bananas. I've always reacted very negatively to the flavor. I just don't like bananas. Now, if you do, go you. That's you. But apparently the Gros Michel had just a phenomenal flavor. And if you're wondering, for example, why banana, like candy, has a slightly different flavor from like a banana itself, it's because the banana candy tends to taste like the Gros Michel banana. So, what happened with the Gros Michel banana? Well, it was by far the favorite of other people. So they cloned that one. They grafted that one onto other plants, and they really stuck to the only the Gros Michel. And so then what happened? A fungus uh, came about that harmed the Gros Michel, and the Gros Michel being all identical, they all got infected, and they literally all, virtually all disappeared. They definitely disappeared in the wild. The Gros Michel is extinct in the wild. We do not have Gros Michel bananas in the wild because they literally can't survive out there anymore. So now we have the Cavendish banana, but now the Cavendish banana is now the favorite, and it's at risk also because the same literal thing, the same reason, the Cavendish banana is now a favorite, and so that's the primary banana grown. Yes, we also have plantains and things like that. So it's not the only banana, but and when you go to buy it at the store, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to have a Cavendish. And now those are identical. So when some blight comes that happens to affect the Cavendish, they can all become extinct as well. So genetic diversity reduction is actually a bad thing. The human version, by the way, of artificial selection is called eugenics. And that's why eugenics is also an extremely, extremely bad thing. Number 23, an organism that normally has 32 chromosomes in its body cell is found to be producing gametes with either 15 or 17 chromosomes. It has not been able to successfully reproduce. The most likely reasons for its inability to reproduce would be errors during the process of mitosis, differentiation, meiosis, or cloning. We already talked about how cloning produces identical offspring. We already talked about, but if one cell is copied to produce another cell, so 1 to 1. Mitosis takes one cell and splits it into two essentially identical cells. Differentiation is the process of where identical cells in a zygote split repeatedly, and as they're splitting, they start taking on various roles and they start acting and looking differently. So that's not it. Meiosis is the process of producing gametes. And in this species, if the species has 32 chromosomes in its body cells, when it produces gametes through meiosis, very likely the number of chromosomes is going to be cut in half, which is half of 32 is 16. So there is something in the process of meiosis that seems to be flawed here. Number 24, which sequence correctly identifies the flow of energy through an ecosystem? This is, again, a conversation that we've had in a few problems in the past. Does it go from producers to consumers to herbivores? Or does it go to consumers to decomposers to producers? Or does it go from carnivores to herbivores to producers? Or does it go from producers to consumers to decomposers? And some of these seem to make sense and some others don't. But any that have producers at the end necessarily are wrong. So number 2 and number 3 are necessarily wrong. We're talking about the flow of energy. The energy does not go to the producers. It starts at the producers and goes to the other consumers. So, so that means that producers, the energy has to go from producers. Now, does it go to consumers to herbivores? Well, if it goes from producers to consumers, but then the consumers are they eaten by herbivores? That doesn't make sense because the herbivores eat plants. So herbivores are consumers, but they just consume plants primarily. Okay, so herbivores don't consume consumers. So this number 1 doesn't make sense. But producers are eaten by consumers, including herbivores and including other things that eat algae or chemosynthetic organisms. And then the consumers then are eaten once they die by decomposers. Yes, also by other consumers, but also they're eaten by decomposers. So that one does very much make sense. Number 25, an amoeba, which is a single-celled aquatic organism, is represented below. Which of the amoeba's cell structures is the most important in obtaining oxygen from its environment? Is it the cell membrane, the ribosomes, the mitochondria, or the cell wall? So in this diagram, we don't really see evidence that this amoeba has a cell wall. A cell wall, there are single-celled organisms that have cell walls, but that, generally speaking, maintains the shape of the organism. Maintains the shape of an organism. I'm going to say shape of a cell, because plants also have cell walls, and the individual cells are not organisms. So cell walls tend to maintain the shape of a cell. This amoeba has a very arbitrary shape that changes constantly. Now the question is, again, which structure is most important for obtaining oxygen from the environment? From the environment. The mitochondria are well within the cell. They do use tons of oxygen, but they use it to produce ATP, but they don't absorb the oxygen because they're not on the outside. The ribosomes are not at all involved in obtaining the oxygen. They are involved in producing proteins. They are involved in producing. The mitochondria are involved in producing UCE. Okay. ATP, and again, the ribosomes produce proteins. Okay. But the cell membrane is actually, like, if you have an oxygen molecule here, what the oxygen molecule does is it travels to the cell membrane and it just kind of passes through. Yeah. So that's where the oxygen is obtained from the environment. Okay. Number 26. This is a diagram of a sperm cell. So the diagram below represents a specialized gamete that plays a role in human reproduction. This is very much definitely a sperm cell. The nucleus is in here. The mitochondria, it has a lot of mitochondria right here in this region. Okay, and then it has the tail or the flagellum. The proper functioning of cells like these is vital for human reproduction because its mitochondria produce the nutrition to support the embryo, or the tail makes it possible to deliver all the genetic information needed in the zygote, or the cell differentiates to form specialized structures such as tissues and organs, or its nucleus carries half the genetic information needed to form a zygote. One of these seemed plausible when I was first reading the problem a while ago, but many of the others just were not. So here, the tail makes it possible. I'm sorry, its mitochondria provides the nutrition to support the embryo. No. So the mitochondria in the sperm does not provide the nutrition to support the embryo. It provides the energy of the sperm for the sperm to move. Okay? The next one, the tail makes it possible to deliver all the genetic information needed in the zygote. When I first read this one, I was like, oh, that sounds right, except that I saw the word all, and it only delivers half. So it does make it possible to deliver half of the genetic information needed in the zygote. The next one, the cell differentiates to form specialized structures. A sperm cell does not differentiate at all. In fact, the sperm cell swims over to the egg cell, fertilizes the egg cell by going into the egg cell. The egg cell then immediately stops all other sperm cells around it from being able to get into the egg cell. And then that egg cell, after absorbing that sperm cell, just absorbs it and merges the genetic information from the sperm cell into its nucleus, so that it can then produce copies of the two sets of chromosomes that it's got. So the last one, its nucleus, the sperm's nucleus, carries half, absolutely, of the genetic information needed to form a zygote. Absolutely. Number 4. Number 27. if the amounts of carbon dioxide and water available increase, it is most likely that the first response by a producer organism would be to increase glucose synthesis, or increase DNA synthesis, or decrease amino acid synthesis, or decrease nucleic acid synthesis. I don't know why, like an increase in oxygen, and in carbon dioxide and water available would cause a decrease in the amino acid synthesis or nucleic acid synthesis. Where more carbon dioxide and water are available, and along with perhaps other nutrients, the plant has a greater ability to do more. And if it has a greater ability to do more, it's definitely going to increase amino acid synthesis. And also, it's going to produce more cells, and in producing more cells, it's going to increase nucleic acid synthesis. Okay, so it increases both of these. Okay, but the next one, so does it increase DNA synthesis or increase glucose synthesis? We just said that it does increase DNA synthesis very likely, and it also increases glucose synthesis. What is then the answer if there's two answers? It says first. It says first. The very, very, very first response, in order for it to do all of its life functions, it needs the energy for the plant to perform all its life functions, and that energy comes from the sun, which gets absorbed by the chlorophyll, the chloroplast, chlorophylls. Those produce a high energy molecule called glucose. So this is the very first immediate response. This increase in DNA synthesis is probably quite farther down the line, so that's not it. Okay? This is eventually, but not right away. The very first thing that happens is an increase in glucose synthesis. And then once the concentration of glucose goes up, then the plant is able to do a lot more. Here I have a picture of a cat with its ear clipped. If you happen to be outside and you happen to notice a cat that has its ear clipped, what happens is that cats are just murder beasts. They really are. They're just constantly eating birds. And mice, we love that they're eating mice, but they're constantly eating birds. They destroy habitats for a lot of native species. They cause a lot of species to go extinct. So we have to control the cat population, and one of the ways we do it, killing off cats doesn't work. It's been shown to just not work. They just reproduce too quickly. So what they do is they catch the cat, they spay or neuter the cat so that it can't produce offspring, and then they release it. And yes, during that time, it's then also eating other mice and birds. We don't care so much about it eating the mice and the rats, but the birds, it's eating birds. So that seems like a bad thing. But at the same time, it's also out competing other cats, one. Two, it's perhaps mating with other cats, and then those other cats, thinking that they might now be pregnant or have gotten pregnant, don't necessarily go on to mate with other cats, thereby reducing the number of cats. So then you see a cat that has its ear clipped. It is not one of the harmful cats. It's actually a net benefit to the environment. Number 28. There are high numbers of stray feral cats in communities across the United States. In order to humanely control these cat populations, many areas are participating in programs to trap, spay, and release the animals. When a female cat is spayed, organs are surgically removed to prevent the animal from being able to reproduce. Which two organs are most likely removed from the female cat during surgery? Is it uterus and placenta, or ovaries and uterus, or ovaries and stomach, or placenta and testes? So initially I was like, why is the word stomach here in the problem? I initially was like, there's no way that students would think stomach. And then I remembered that first off, we talk about stomach, we talk about the belly, where we keep where women keep their babies. We say stomach, we say babies, like our bellies. That's what we say loosely. In Spanish, we say barriga. We're saying stomach. So even though the baby is not actually in the stomach. The stomach is what's used for digestion. So food goes from your gullet, in your mouth, gets chewed, you swallow it, you feel full. That food immediately goes into the stomach where it gets uh, um, a free high acid bath and gets broken down into constituents. Okay? And that's a low energy way of breaking down food. That's why it happens, but that's what the stomach does. It's used for digestion. Okay? So ovaries sounds okay, but again, not the stomach. Now, the next one, what about the uterus? Well, the uterus does make a whole lot of sense because that's where the growing embryo is located. So any that say the uterus seem to make sense. What about though? Choice 4 doesn't mention it, but choice 1 says plus. And by the way, choice 2 already has 2 check boxes. It's already looking very good. Choice 1 says placenta. We know that embryos in mammals grow in the placenta. The placenta is essentially the mammal version of an egg, like a bird's egg or a reptile egg, or a monotreme egg, or really anything that produces an egg, where the creature grows, right? But that placenta is not created until a fertilized egg gets implanted. Okay? And believe it or not, the placenta is produced by the zygote itself. So the placenta has cells that are genetically identical to the embryo. That said, again, it requires an already fertilized egg, so the placenta can't be the answer. So any that have placenta in it can't be the answer. And then, of course, testes sounds great, except they said female cat, only male cats have testes. Okay? Genetically, male cats have testes, yeah. For number 29, when you purchase a fishing license in New York State, you are told to check the advisory tables before consuming any of the fish you catch. The tables list the fish species you should not eat and others you can eat up to 4 times a month due to the presence of toxic chemicals in the fish. A likely reason the table recommends that children under the age of 15 and young women should not eat any of the fish caught in some bodies of water is that young women and children already have a large amount of these chemicals in their bodies, or the chemicals may affect their development or harm potential unborn children, or chemicals do not affect males, so they can eat up to 4 fish per month, or the fish species in the list are in danger of extinction. Well, this talks specifically why children and young women, children under the age of 15 and young women means 16 or older women. If they say women, probably let's say 18 or older, just to be safe. Do they already have a large amount of these chemicals? Unfortunately, that sometimes it's true, but that's not the reason why it's not recommended. It's some of these chemicals take a long time to go into the body. Some of the chemicals go into the body, they do their harm, and they eventually get released. But this is not the reason that we should be concerned. Young children and women, because they're younger, have less of these chemicals than older people. So they don't have a large amount of them though. So that's not looking good. The next one, the chemicals may affect their development. Definitely, that's the whole point. They cause a lot of harm. So this one does make sense. Or harm potential unborn children. Young women can get pregnant. That does make sense. And when you cause harm to an unborn child, that harm is more likely to be whole system harm. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. Number 3, the chemicals do not affect males, but they just said all children. So we can cross that out immediately. And then the fish species on the list are in danger of extinction. But that would not target, this would not target only children and young women. That's why this one is necessarily false. So the only one that really fully makes sense is choice 2. Now, with number 30, we are about to get a perfect part A on this test, which I think is just a very, very phenomenal thing. So congratulations on being one question away from getting a perfect part A. Number 30, examples of 2 abiotic resources present in an ecosystem are nitrogen and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, or animal species in water, or the plant species in soil minerals, or the population of decomposers and the pH of the soil. They said abiotic, not life-based. Okay, so nitrogen looks good, water looks good, soil minerals look good, and the pH looks actually, I was going to say the pH looks good. pH is an abiotic factor, but it's not an actual resource. It's not a resource. It's a measure of the concentration of hydronium ions relative to the hydroxide ion. Okay, so it's not that. And the population of decomposers is biotic. So number 4 is really the only one that doesn't make sense. Generally speaking, we want to be able to eliminate choices on the test. This is just test taking strategy now. We want to be able to eliminate choices on the test. So I did eliminate choices that don't make sense. Notice I put a checkbox on the other 3 though. So it's the other factor that we have to consider. Carbon dioxide is carbon-based, but so we might think that that's biotic, but it's just a chemical. Carbon dioxide is just a chemical. An animal species is very much biotic, and a plant species is very much biotic. So it's not choice 2 and choice 3, so choice 1 is the only one that fully makes sense. And we've got a perfect part A. So now let's go on to part B. Now this is the part where I said, like, these parts tend to not be terribly different from each other. We are still on multiple choice questions. So, number 31, organisms A and B represent microorganisms viewed through a microscope. Although both seem to occupy the same field of view, which organism is actually larger? Organism A viewed with a 10x objective, or organism B viewed with a 40x objective. Let's see. A is larger since it fills the field of view at a low magnification, or B is larger since its magnification is lower, or A is larger since the magnification is higher, or B is larger since it fills the field of view at a higher magnification. Interesting test taking strategy. Number 2 and 3 state this. One says that the magnification is lower, and one says that the magnification is higher. So if we go into the problem, if we look at the objective, this is a 10x objective, and this is a 40x objective. This is a higher magnification, and this one is a lower magnification. So choice B says magnification is lower, so that one's wrong. And choice A says that the magnification is higher, so that one's wrong. So it's either that A is larger since it fills the field of view at a lower magnification, or B is larger since it fills the view at a higher magnification. And these are both true, but the bigger one requires less magnification. The smaller one requires more magnification, which means that this one's smaller. So it's not choice 4, it's choice 1. Number 32, the data represented in the graph below shows differences in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere during the summer and winter months. And we see that the carbon dioxide does go up and down based on the weather in a given year. Which statement best explains why these differences occur? Is it the rate of respiration in plants increases during the summer, releasing CO2, more CO2 into the atmosphere? Or the activity of decomposers increases during winter months, removing large amounts of CO2 from the atmosphere? Or the increased exposure of plants to sunlight during the winter results in an increase of CO2 production? Or the activity of autotrophs increases during the summer, removing CO2 from the atmosphere? So, what are autotrophs? So this is yet another word for producers. These are producers. Why are they called autotrophs? Because they produce their own energy. Again, the source of energy is the sun, but they produce their own energy through chemical bonds. So that's in the sense in which they produce their own energy. They're autotrophs. Troph is a suffix about energy, and so autotroph, self energy. So produce their own energy. So that is true that they act during the summer. Now, do they remove CO2 from the atmosphere? Again, the way that photosynthesis works, the sun hits the chloroplasts and the chlorophyll, and the solar energy gets absorbed, increasing the amount of energy in the chlorophyll, which that energy is then used to create the bonds in the glucose molecules. But the atoms from the glucose molecule come from carbon dioxide and water. So in the process of producing glucose, carbon dioxide is being absorbed and therefore is reduced from the atmosphere. So this is looking good. When we look at the graph, we try to see where the minimum of carbon dioxide occurs. The minimum carbon dioxide occurs later in the year, after the summer has actually occurred. The maximum of carbon dioxide occurs right around the middle of the year. And if we look, when is the carbon dioxide increasing? So it's increasing during the colder months. CO2 concentration is increasing during the colder months. And if we look at the warmer months, now we're going into summer. Let me see if I can move over this line that I drew here a little bit. Can I move it over? Perfect. Because in the summer months now, it's high, and the concentration of CO2 is high, and it's going lower. So number 4 is making a lot of sense. So the CO2 is decreasing during summer months. So choice 4 is sounding very good, which is what happens when more solar radiation is being absorbed by the plants to produce glucose during photosynthesis. But let's see, what about these other ones? The rate of respiration in plants increases during the summer. That is true. The rate of respiration in plants does increase during the summer. But does it release more CO2? We just saw in the graph, and they actually absorb more CO2. The activity of decomposers increases during the winter months. This is actually true. But does it remove large amounts of CO2 from the atmosphere? It actually, increasing. they actually increase the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere because they consume the detritus. And in the process of consuming the detritus, they release some of the chemicals that were in there through respiration themselves. And decomposers respiration produces CO2, whereas plant respiration actually absorbs CO2. Number 3, the increased exposure of plants to sunlight during the winter. First off, it's not increased exposure, it's decreased. And then it says results in increased CO2 production. Well, actually, no, the decreased exposure does result in increased CO2 production. But again, it's decreased, not increased. Just like in the summer, spring and summer, the increased exposure to sunlight during the summer months decreases CO2 production. So that's false. That's true. Number 33, altering the DNA of a muscle cell in a mouse by substituting one base pair with another could likely change all the DNA sequences in the mouse. Like, does it propagate to all of them? Or change one amino acid in a protein in a muscle cells produce. DNA codes for amino acids. That makes sense. And 3 sets of base pairs are a codon that code for a specific amino acid. Choice. So this is looking good. Number 1 is not looking good because the change does not propagate. The next one, altered the carbohydrates that the muscle cells' ribosomes produce. Ribosomes do not produce protein. They do not produce carbohydrates. Ribosomes produce proteins. Okay, and then last one, the again, altering one base pair. Does it alter the DNA of the offspring of the mouse? Well, this is in a muscle cell. So number 2 is the one that makes the most sense. 34 and 35 is going to be a combined problem. Let's see how this one goes. Number 34, so that's a big change between the beginning and the later problems, that they do combine problems, so like series of problems with the same theme. Number 34, the diagram below represents the interaction of a human cell and the hormone insulin that maintains a healthy blood glucose level in the body. So this insulin is this triangular bar, and the human cell with this thing called X. The whole thing is a human cell. So structure X is best described as, is it a signal molecule that is attached to the cell wall, or protein molecule that releases energy that can be used by the cell, or carbohydrate molecules that send signals to other cells, or receptor molecule that allows the cell to respond to changes. So the question is, what does insulin do? Insulin, when the level of sugar in the blood increases, your pancreas releases insulin, and that insulin binds to a receptor molecule that affects the rate of absorption of carbohydrates in the cell. The body very strongly prefers to have a constant level of blood sugar. Is that? I mean, now I'm saying that, but now I'm like, is that even true? Does the body really prefer to have a constant level of blood sugar? I don't think that that's actually what it is. What's going on is your body doesn't see, I don't think has a preference of the amount of blood sugar that exists. I think what happens actually is that your body, once the sugar is taken in through food, the way it has to then get used by the cell. So the way what insulin does is it goes to the cell and it increases the rate of absorption of sugar into the cell. That is what happens. So when I said your body prefers to have a constant level of blood sugar, that's actually not really true, I don't think. So why even have insulin? And if absorbing all that sugar can be harmful, why do it? Well, the thing is that you don't eat at a constant rate throughout the day. You're not like sipping on a straw, taking one sip, tiny sip every minute for your entire life. You eat whole meals, and then your body has to deal with the sugar that is absorbed from there. So if your cells are absorbing uh, too much sugar at all times, you can get to a point where your body no longer even has any sugar to absorb, which can be dangerous. So your body has to regulate the rate at which sugar is absorbed. Similarly, if you are consuming a lot of sugar, but your body doesn't have the ability to absorb it properly, then that can cause harm in other parts of the body. So we so it's not about a benefit, but it's about a regulation in sugar levels in the body. So that said, and now if yeah, so that's it. So I provided information about why having a low blood sugar level is dangerous, but at this point I didn't have, like, not at the front of my mind, a reason why having a high concentration of blood sugar in the body can be dangerous. So if you, I will look it up after this video, but if you happen to know it, please do post it in the comments below. I'd love to hear it from you. And I'm sure the other people watching this video would love to hear from you as well. So again, what is structure X though? Is it a signal molecule that attaches to the cell wall? There's no signaling. And again, the signal molecules are the hormones. And in fact, insulin is a hormone. If you're wondering, like, wait, insulin is signaling that there's a lot of blood, there's a lot of sugar in the blood, or that sugar needs to be absorbed by the cells. That's a signal. Is it a hormone? Yeah, absolutely it is. Insulin is absolutely a hormone. The next one is structure X, a protein molecule that, and it is in fact, but does it release energy? It doesn't. It's not releasing energy. It is signaling. It is detecting the signal that sugar needs to be absorbed. It's not releasing energy. The next one, is it a carbohydrate molecule? It's not even a carbohydrate molecule at all. It's a protein that sends signals. It doesn't send signals. Okay, it increases carbohydrate absorption. So the last one, so the only one that's left is the last one, a receptor molecule, and that's exactly what it is. Hormones attached to receptors. It is a receptor molecule that allows the cell to respond to changes. Okay, that's a cool little protein over here. Number 35, some individuals cannot produce insulin. This is actually what insulin kind of looks like, or this is a diagram of insulin. Now, some individuals cannot produce insulin. As a result, their cells will produce another molecule to take over the function of insulin. That would be nice. Or synthesize more glucose for energy production, or not respond appropriately to changes in blood sugar, glucose levels, or divide at a faster rate than when insulin is available. Well, so do they produce another molecule to take over the function of insulin? Unfortunately, that's not physically possible. So that's not it. You really, like, if it's insulin or bust, right? There are other molecules that do the opposite of what insulin does, and so there's a positive, there's a kind of a feedback loop, a negative feedback loop rather. Do they synthesize more glucose? Again, the body does not synthesize glucose. You eat glucose. The next one, does it respond, as a result of not producing insulin, does it not respond appropriately to changes in blood sugar levels? Yeah, this is exactly what happens. That's exactly the problem. Or number four, if they don't have insulin, do they divide at a faster rate than when insulin is available? I mean, maybe there's some cell division that happens at a fast rate, but this is not. Um, what happens? Not the response. I mean, not having the ability to produce insulin has a lot of harmful effects, but they all boil down to not being able to respond appropriately to changes in blood glucose level. Okay, so number three is really the one that makes more sense. This dividing at a faster rate, well, again, maybe that might be true for one or two or a few different cells in the body, but that's not the primary thing. So that's why and I just said maybe. That's why we can't choose that one. The very most clearly obvious statement is that. Now, when you're looking for the best statement when you're doing this test, you are looking for the statement that really very much best answers the question. You're not looking for any like weird, subtle, secret reason why this other answer might actually be the answer. No, you're looking for the one that has the strongest reason for why one might be the answer. Sometimes you get lucky in being able to assess that every single other choice is false, and sometimes even if the statement has some true information, it's just not a valid or not the best answer for the exact question. So we are really looking for what makes a question the best answer and what makes another answer perhaps worse. And it does turn out that humans, by the way, testing and strategy, humans are a lot better at determining what's false than we are at determining what's true. So keep that in mind. So number 36, two different human disorders are compared in the table below. And I do take a quick look at the disorders and then go back to it later. The first one, blood disorders that affect hemoglobin, cause hemoglobin, okay? Ooh, that's weird. Okay. In this disease, caused by a gene mutation, individuals with two copies of the mutated gene have the disorder, and the disorder is more common in some populations than others, and individuals are born with the disorder. And then disease 2, it's a skin disorder with a sore throat that does not heal. This one is also caused by a gene mutation. I'm sorry, I said sore throat. Sorry, a skin disorder with a sore that does not heal. This is also caused by a gene mutation, so they're both caused by a gene mutation. Not a sore throat, just a sore, like a skin sore. Some individuals exposed to UV radiation develop the disorder. Now, this is starting to sound like skin cancer to me. There are environmental factors associated with the disorder, and abnormal skin cells reproduce rapidly in exposed individuals. This is literally what a cancer is. So the question is, which statement describes the patterns of inheritance for these two disorders? Now we're talking about inheritance. Here's the thing: individuals are born with the disorder, which means that it's part of their genes. Very likely to be part of their genes. Whereas for this one, this is a skin condition, not affecting gonads, which means it doesn't affect reproduction. So this one says, is it a blood disorder that is which statement best describes the pattern of inheritance for these two? The blood disorder, which is the first one, is not inherited. Well, born with the disease probably is inherited. But the skin disorder is inherited. Also, because it is the skin, it's very likely not inherited. So it's not one. It's definitely not inherited, so it's not one. Number 2, both the blood and skin disorders are not inherited. um, unlikely true, but can be passed to offspring. Can be passed to offspring makes this very false because this is literally inherited. Um, that's what being inherited means. Yes, it's possible for you to be born with a disease that you didn't inherit, but then you pass to your offspring. For example, if that disease was a genetic mutation that happened after fertilization and did reach your testes or ovaries, so that is a possibility. Uh, but the skin disorder does not qualify for that. Uh, and number two, no, I'm sorry, the blood disorder seems to be more likely to be inherited, so that's not the answer. Number three, the blood disorder can be inherited. This is looking good, and there are factors associated with the skin disorder that may be inherited. Factors associated with the skin disorder that may be inherited. That sounds okay. Um, we may be nervous with the factors with associated with the skin disorder, but it does say here there are environmental factors associated with the skin disorder, and it does say also for the second one uh, that is caused by a gene mutation, and also that some individuals exposed to UV radiation develop the disorder. So some individuals may be more well protected against this disorder than others. So number three is looking very good. Both the blood and skin disorder can be inherited. There's no evidence that the fourth one can be inherited again, or the second one can be inherited because it's a skin disorder with a sore. Okay, with offspring always showing symptoms. Uh, Again, this one also can be eliminated because the first one, individuals don't always show symptoms. If they only have one copy of the gene, then um, then they don't have the disorder. So that eliminates choice 4 for sure, leaving choice 3 as the answer. 37 and 38. Gray wolves have been identified as keystone species, which is a species that is critical to the health of the Yellowstone ecosystem. There was a time where gray wolves were no longer found in that area, and they were reintroduced, which is, I think, a great thing. And we see a food web in the Yellowstone ecosystem going from grass grains and fruits to voles, elk, and then to coyotes and gray wolves. And coyotes also point to gray wolves here. The ecosystem will be disrupted with the loss of this keystone species because their loss would lead to a decrease in the elk population or a decrease in the coyote population, or an increase in the plant population or a decrease in the plant population. So this has a lot of interesting effects. However, and the long-term effects, because they're a keystone species, the long-term effects may not be obvious, but the short-term effects are a little bit more clear. For example, if you lose the gray wolf population, then you lose one of the predators for the elk, which would likely, in the short term, increase the elk population. And also, because there's more elk to be able to be eaten by the coyotes, this is likely going to be cause an increase in the coyote population. Not to mention the fact that coyotes were once eaten by the gray wolves. So that's yet also, so the coyotes have a more more prey and fewer predator, double benefit for the coyotes. So 1 and 2 don't make sense, and now we have a passing problem. Number 3, an increase in the plant population. So this is not necessarily so obvious, but here the thing is the gray wolves disappearing would cause an increase in the vole and elk population, which would initially cause a decrease in the plants because there's more voles and elk to eat the plants. So initially speaking, that would likely cause a decrease in plant population, which is choice 4. So the only way that choice 3 or choice 4 and choice 4 are both wrong, considering that they're opposites of each other, the only way that they're both wrong is that both are false, which is much rarer. Often when on these tests, when they give you two choices that are opposites, often it's one of those two choices. I remember there was one problem where it wasn't one of the two opposite choices on a test a while ago that I made a video, but it was one problem on one Regents. All the other ones, when the two choices were opposites of each other, it was one of those two choices that was the answer. So that's a good test taking strategy. 99, let's say, percent chance that that's going to be the case. Not 100%, but 99%. A 99% chance that you could eliminate two choices is phenomenal. Number 38. Due to human concerns, wolves were removed from the Yellowstone ecosystem for approximately 70 years, from 1920 until 1995. Scientists felt that as keystone species, it was important to reintroduce the wolves to increase the stability of the natural environment, or limit the use of pesticides to control plant populations, or increase the reproductive rate of the elk population, or stimulate the growth of the coyote population. So what keystone species do, they maintain the environment in a stable way. Great question about whether they do it with any amount of consciousness, or they just do their thing and it's automatic. But they increase the stability of the natural environment. That's definitely true. The next one, they're saying why it's important to reintroduce the wolves. Is it to limit the use of pesticides to control plant populations? Again, the wolves are not eating the plants, so that doesn't have an effect on the pesticides need, right? We have here, so you see there's no arrows pointing from the grasses to the gray wolves directly. They have to pass through the wolves and elk first. So it's not likely to be this one. So again, wolves don't eat plants. Number 3, it does the benefit of reintroducing this keystone species, the wolf. Does it increase the reproductive rate of the elk population? The reproductive rate is the rate at which individual elk produce offspring. There's no effect on the reproductive rate per se. It does have an effect on the number of elk that reach reproductive rate capacity, reproductive age. So in that way, it may reduce the reproductive rate of the elk population. The fourth one, to stimulate the growth of the coyote population. Well, that doesn't stimulate the growth of the coyote population. The gray wolves eat the coyotes, so it's very unlikely to have that effect. So choice 1, which does increase the stability of the natural environment. This is a picture of blue hydrangeas. Hydrangeas are plants with flowers that can change color. If the pH of the soil in which the plants are grown is altered, the flower color can vary from pink to blue. What is the best explanation for this phenomenon? Is it the genes of the hydrangea plants are mutated by the changes in pH, or some of the genes of the hydrangea plants die off due to the pH change, or the genes of the hydrangea plant can be turned on and off by different soil pH levels, or the genes of the hydrangea plant can change chromosomes with different soil pH levels. So let's just be clear, like the cells in a member of any species, generally speaking, all have identical genes. So the genes of the hydrangea species changing of chromosomes are very unlikely. No, not happening. This is not happening. Yes, mutations do occur, but they're rare. I mean, even though lots of mutations do occur within your body, keep in mind that you have, I mean, when you say trillions of cells, I'm not even 100% sure exactly how many cells are in a body, but if it is trillions now, I'm saying it, I'm not sure, but it's definitely billions, and each of those cells, more than 99.9% of them, at least the ones that have chromosomes, because our red blood cells don't have any chromosomes, but 99.9% of them have identical copies of the same exact DNA. So this, the first one, the genes of the hydrangea plant are mutated by the change in pH. Unlikely, because that would imply that the blue hydrangea plants would then go on to have only blue offspring, which is not what's going on. The blue or pink are the result of interactions with the soil. So a blue hydrangea plant can have offspring and will have offspring that has pink petals if the soil pH changes, not a mutation. The next one, the genes, some of the genes of the hydrangea plant die off due to pH change. Again, genes don't die off. Genes are basically 100% identical across all the cells of a plant. So then the third one is the only one that remains. We've already eliminated choice 1 and 2 and 4. Let's see this third one. The genes of the hydrangea plant can be turned off and on by different different soil pH levels. That makes a lot of sense. And in fact, that's the thing that really we want, the piece of knowledge that we want to have. If all of your cells have the same exact genetic information, how could it be that you have like a skin cell and a muscle cell, and even skin cells in different parts of your body behave slightly differently? Like my palm skin and the back of my hand skin and my elbow skin are all different. If they have the same exact genetic information, how could they be so different? Not to mention my liver cells compared to my skin cells. Well, that's what the choice 3 is actually the thing that happens across your entire body and across basically every living organism. Genes are turned on and off, and genes are also slowed down or sped up in various ways by just changing the location of the folded, tangled up DNA. Okay, so that's exactly what happens across you and hydrangeas and mice and water bears. All of them. Number 40 and 41 is a two-parter. Again, base your answers to question 40 and 41 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. In the 1990s, ranchers on Maggie Creek in Nevada moved the areas where their cattle were grazing. The move was done to help vegetation regrow on the banks of the creek, which had been eroding due to lack of vegetation. After the move, vegetation began to return to the creek banks. The graph below shows the changes in the amount of green vegetation from 1985 to 2016. And I look at the chart real quick. I see effects of restoration of Maggie Creek in Nevada, and I see lines of different colors, 1985 to 94, 1995 to 2005 in dark gray, and then 2006 to 2016 dashed as opposed to dash dot. And I see percent of area with green vegetation. It goes from 0 to 100. It goes from January 1st to December 1st of various years. Okay. The question is, how many more months did Maggie Creek have some green vegetation cover in 2006 to 2016 compared to with the number of months of green cover 1985 to 1994? Now, believe it or not, I had a little bit of trouble with this question. And I realized that it's actually kind of likely that you may also have the same trouble that I did. The trouble that I had was a definitional problem. So when they said the number of months that had no green vegetation, I had to, and I saw that the graphs are linear within intervals as opposed to being a nice smooth curve. I thought, well, maybe the vegetation was only measured on a single day, the first day of the month, and so I used that. And it does turn out that my assumption is fake, is not true, and there is a hint that maybe my assumption that they only measured one time is false. Like if you look between February 1st and March 1st, like mid-February, there's like the solid line bounces off, but it bounces off in a curved way before doing some interesting things. So what I realized at that point was that the way they actually want us to calculate the difference is by looking at the dates and calculating how much time was in between. So first off, the amount of green vegetation, and then now this is 1985 to 94, which is the dash dot one, so there's no vegetation from December 1st through March 1st. And that is, well, December 1st to January 1st to February 1st to March 1st, that's 3 months. And so this is looking good. Well, anything that's 3 or less is looking good. And there's only one answer that's 3 or less. So that's not looking good. And then let's just make sure, though, we have to check the 2006 to 2012, which is the dashed only line. And the entire time, the dash only line is above the graph, which means that there seems to be green vegetation all year round in 2006 to 2016. And so we have 12 minus 9 is equal to 3, the same 3 months that we just talked about. And with that, we remember what we needed to get to pass this Regents. We needed a 65, which is 41 problems. 41 problems, correct. So if we go back to the test, we are now on problem 41. So with number 41, we will be able to congratulate ourselves for passing this Regents. Number 41, the change in the environment and the conditions of Maggie Creek over time is an example of how human actions in one state can cause an ecosystem to develop into a stable grassland community in another state, or grazing animals will eventually have the positive environmental effects on the land where they are kept. Or changing agricultural practices can help restore the environmental stability in certain locations. Or once humans interfere with the environmental factors, stability cannot be restored, like ever. In an ecosystem, of course, stability can be restored in an ecosystem. So let's just cross that one out right away. This is all happening at Maggie Creek, which is at just not only one state, it's a very small region in a single state. So this is not discussed at all. So the choice 2, grazing animals will eventually have a positive environmental effect on the land in which they are kept. Actually, unfortunately, although we want to have grazing animals in general, you know, they do help control different plant populations, and often they're animals that we eat, like cattle. What they did, they moved the areas where the cattle were grazing. And so the hint here is that they don't necessarily eventually have a positive environmental effect. This is not necessarily true. And in fact, moving them is what had the positive environmental effect. But the next one, changing agricultural practices, like, for example, initially keeping them in one place and then eventually moving them around, that is a change. Changing agricultural practices can help restore environmental stability to certain locations, which is actually what happened. And we passed this test, so congratulations. I knew you could do it, and I really am proud of you for continuing all the way up to this point. And we are about halfway through the test, so we are aiming for 100. We should never ever aim for anything less than 100. So that is what we're aiming for. Our next milestone is an 80, which we need to get 58 questions correct to get an 80. Base your answers to question 42 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. PCBs in the environment. PCBs are chemicals once used in electrical equipment. Their use has now been banned because PCBs have been found to cause cancer. These harmful chemicals made their way into the ocean and have accumulated in the tissues of organisms. Beginning with the producers, the level of PCBs became more concentrated as larger organisms eat smaller ones. It has been shown that organisms higher in the food chain contain the greatest level of PCBs. So if you imagine higher in the food chain, most likely highest amount of PCBs. A student examined the diagram below of an Arctic food web and made a claim that the greatest concentration of PCBs would be found in leopard seals. Now let's see, are leopard seals the top of the food chain? Actually, leopard seals are near the top of the food chain. Many arrows point towards leopard seals, But I noticed that leopard seal arrow points to killer whales too. So that's an interesting thing. So let's see what they said. Based on the information provided in the Antarctic food web, one reason blue whales may contain a lower concentration of PCB than killer whales is that blue whales eat krill, which have a lower accumulation of PCBs than penguins and elephant seals. Well, that seems to make sense, doesn't it? Because penguins and elephant seals are higher up in the food chain. So this is sounding good. The higher up in the food web that you go, the further chains that you will go towards, the higher you get. Now, I see that blue whales eat krill, which penguins also eat krill, but the thing is that penguins also eat Antarctic silverfish, which eat zooplankton and phytoplankton. Which, and also they eat squids. So that's sounding like legitimately a valid statement. The next one, choice 2, eat only plants. That krill eat only plants that contain PCBs. That's false. Blue whales eat krill, not plants that contain plants that contain PCBs. They don't know that a plant has a PCB before they eat it. They don't even eat it really. They eat krill. Of course, if there's tiny plants in the water, they'll happily consume that too. But krill is their main thing. Number 3, are the blue whales eaten by killer whales that accumulate PCBs from blue whales and other species? Well, the killer whales there aren't any arrows from the blue whales to the killer whales. So this seems to be very false. I have never heard of a killer whale attacking a blue whale. Although it's not out of the question. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I did see a video where that happened. I know this one does not have an arrow from the blue whale to the killer whale, but I do remember a video where I saw a blue whale calf being harassed by multiple killer whales. So that said, the fact that they're eaten by killer whales, I mean this one doesn't show it, so it doesn't make sense to choose that one. And then the fact that killer whales, it also says that the blue whales are eaten by killer whales that accumulate PCBs from blue whales and other species, which means the blue whales accumulate PCBs from blue whales themselves. There's no evidence in here that they do that. And in fact, blue whales eat krill. Krill are can be microscopic. I mean, we're talking about small, millimeter sized, or maybe it could be plus or minus a millimeter. And blue whales are huge. Blue whales do not eat other blue whales. So it's definitely not, that makes it definitely not choice C. Number 4, that blue whales do not live as long as killer whales, and therefore their PCB concentration is lower. This text specifically stated how PCBs are spread. They start with the krill and the zooplankton, and they get eaten up this food chain, and they get concentrated by things that are lower in the food chain, in the food web. So this is not a question of how long they live. Nothing in this has actually established that. It all has been what they eat. Okay. And with number 43, by the way, we do get a perfect B1. So 43, C. explodens, a species of ant that resides in the tropical jungles of Borneo, can explode when their nest is threatened. The nest contains adult ants, eggs, and larvae. When an adult ant comes in contact with an enemy ant, C. explodens ant latches onto it and squeezes its own abdomen until its abdomen bursts open, releasing a toxic goo. Which statement best describes this phenomenon? Is it that ants needed a way to protect their offspring, So they developed a way to release a toxic goo to kill the enemies. So here's the thing, ants, and I'm gonna address it from now on as far as I can. I'm gonna try to address each choice one at a time because the problems are starting to get more complicated. Do the ants develop a way to release a toxic goo? Ants can't say we need a way to protect offspring. Let's do this thing. Ants can have a trait. And if only some of the ants have one trait and the others don't, the ones that have a certain trait, and that trait happens to be beneficial, the ones that have that trait are more likely to survive and produce fertile offspring. That's what happens. So at some point, there was an ant that was able to explode and produce and release that toxic goo. Now, obviously, that ant at that point is then dead, but its one way or another, its genes may have spread, perhaps through the ant queen who produced that ant that was able to explode. So that trait became more common. Ants did not produce it because they needed to protect their eggs. They just happened to produce it, and surprise, it was a good thing for the ants' overall survival. The species the community's overall survival is so. Again, the question is, which statement describes this phenomenon? Choice 2 is that this behavior has resulted in greater reproductive success of the ants since it kills the enemies who would have fed on their offspring. So that's making sense of what. And now you might be saying, well, the ant, it can't reproduce, but the truth is that ants have a really very interesting process of reproducing. Most ants don't participate in the process of reproduction. The queen reproduces with a very small, usually, number of males. So then does it have a greater reproductive success since it kills the enemies who would have fed on their offspring? That actually makes a lot of sense. Number 3, the offspring, of the ants will not inherit the exploding abdomen trait because this trait is not genetic. All the ants have this trait, or at least the ones who seem to be protecting the eggs. So it's genetic. So that's not it. The next one, the ant species will likely become extinct since most of them die while protecting the nest. Well, that doesn't seem likely since the species, they already do that. If it were likely that they would become extinct, it would have been likely that they would have already become extinct, and we would have never seen this trait. So it's very unlikely that this will cause them to become extinct. And in fact, there's nothing that says that most of them will die while protecting their nest. Doesn't say this. So choice 4 doesn't make sense, but choice 2 does make a lot of sense again. But before we go on to B2, let's take a snack break. If you need to take a snack break, a bathroom break, do feel free to let this keep playing. I forgot to schedule a snack break into this test, so I'm gonna schedule it now since we're going on to a new section. Again, just keep it playing, or if you just want to keep going on to the next step, to problem 44, go ahead and do that. But about snacks, you saw me just eating this is a praline, and I haven't talked about pralines during my videos. I've only talked about breakfast bars and Fairlife proteins. But I'm a big fan of pralines, just eating them in general. They're actually a great snack to have during a test because they're not very messy. They have a lot of sugar and they have fats and a little bit of protein. They'll fill you up. They'll give you energy, and they won't make you jittery. So they're not a bad thing to have during a test. The reason I recommend a Fairlife milk, just one, is that they have it's a small amount of liquid, but it's high in protein, which makes you full, so it doesn't take away your concentration during a test. Now, there's not that many carbs in here, so it won't give you that much energy, but the fullness will satiate you, and that's a good thing. And I had always recommended also the pure protein bar, which is a chewy bar, has a moderate amount of carbs and protein and a little bit of fats. So the carb is not meant to be super healthful for you, but it does give you a little bit of energy. Speaking of snack breaks, I just literally had to have a snack break. So I do try my best not to make any edits to these videos. I'm definitely back and gonna cut that entire snack break that I had out, since I was not talking for like a good 15 minutes. But on that note, we're gonna hop right up to section B2, and for problems 44 to 55, some of these are gonna be multiple choice, and some of these are gonna be short answer now. So generally speaking, the multiple choice get filled out on a bubble sheet somewhere, and then the short answer get filled out on the test itself, okay? So, here we're going to base our questions to answer 44 on the diagram below and our knowledge of biology. The diagram represents the evolutionary pathway for certain organisms over many years, and we see 100 million years ago all the way to present time, and identify the organism in the diagram that became extinct about 60 million years ago. So this one is interesting because, well, 50 to 75 years ago, it's hard to maybe tell where the 60 is, but this is where a calculator might be beneficial. 62.5 is halfway between 50 and 75. So 60 is slightly above halfway from 50 to 65. And so we see the one letter that is crossed by that line is letter D. And the important thing is, now that I drew that line, I'm going to have to erase it. Letter D, that's weird. Letter D ends. It's the end of a tree. And that's a hint that letter D, that the animal represented by letter D went extinct. Okay, so D is the answer to the question. And they did say to identify it. They didn't say to explain, justify, any of that. They just said state it. So D is the full answer to this question. Okay, the next one, 45 through 48, all have to do with the following reading. But just real quick, I do want to look at the problem. 45 to 46 are a graph. And then 47 to 47 is based on this graph. And then 48 is compare the trend. So why did I scroll? Whenever you see a problem with a large reading, it's usually better to go look at what the questions are. So this is number of loons, adult chicks, and graphing it, okay? And then this is why the question about why the best explanation of why the loon population did not show a rapid change in size during the Maine and New York studies. We want to know what the question is, and then this one's comparing the trend in population size. We want to, again, know what the question is before the reading, because the reading is just entirely too long. You'd end up having to read it and then go back to reading it. So that's really good advice for the SATs, ACTs, and this test. You want to read the question first. Even just if you want to make it just the very next question, go ahead and read just the very next question, but then go back to the reading. So let's read this. The common loon. Loons are aquatic birds found on freshwater lakes throughout Canada and the northern part of the United States from early spring through fall. They inhabit lakes over 5 acres in size with clear water and a good supply of fish for food. They migrate to coastal areas for the winter. In most states where loons are found, they are at risk of becoming extinct and require management to ensure the health of the population. To keep track of how many loons are living on specific lakes, state wildlife specialists train volunteer citizens, scientists, to monitor how to monitor the loon population during breeding season. This provides additional data that helps researchers determine loon population trends and factors affecting their survival. During the breeding season, a pair of loons typically produces 1 or 2 chicks per year. The chicks are slow to mature. They're usually 7 years old before their first successful breeding season. That's a long time. For animals, that's a long time. I know for humans, it's different, but for animals, that's a very long time. Loons have dense bones rather than hollow bones characteristic of most birds. Their wings are comparatively small for their body size. Adults weigh on average 8 to 12 pounds. Another trait of loons is their large webbed feet and legs set back, far back on their bodies. To fly, they run on top of the water and flap their wings to gain enough momentum for liftoff. The data table below shows the number of adult loons and chicks found in the southern part of Maine from 1985 to 2020. And it does say it here, number of loon adult chicks counted in southern Maine, 1985 to 2020. I see the years, they're random years, and I see the chicks, some numbers increasing-ish. The adults increasing in general also. And then it says to mark an appropriate scale without any breaks in the data on each labeled axis, and then plot the data for both the adults and the chicks following the directions below. So for the loon adults, you got to do triangles with a dot and then lines. And for the loon chicks, you have to do dots with circles and lines. Okay? Plot the data, and it says it, or surround each point for the loon adults with small triangles, and plot and surround each point for the loon chicks with small circles. Okay, and it does say multiple times. This is the third time over here in the key, right? So they make the key for you. And so we have to choose a scale. So I'm going to choose a scale that has to, well, it has to go from, let's see, 0 to 3,000. So I'm going to choose a scale. Let's see how many lines I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15-ish. So I'm going to use a scale. So 15, 3,000. 3,000 divided by 15. This, again, a calculator thing could help. 200. So I'm going to do 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000. And then 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2,000. And then 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 3,000. Fun fact, do you have to label every single line? You actually don't. What you're not allowed to do is have a different scale for part of it. And that's the mistake that I see some students have. They'll do like 200, 400, and then the very next line is 1,000. That's illegal. You could do 200, 400. Well, then the very next line would then have to be 600, and then 800, and then 1,000. If you wanted to do it, let's say like 400, 800, 1,200, you're allowed to do it that way too. Any scale that makes sense relative to the problem, you're allowed to do. You're also allowed to do, let's say, 300, 600, 900. You're allowed to scale it however you want. Now, the years scale from 1985 to 2020, which is a range of, let's see, 35 years. How many bars do I have on the horizontal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, about 18. So if I skip count by 2s, I can get all my years in there. So I see it goes, so I'm going to go 1984, and yes, hold on, let's see, the first year is 1985. So I'm going to start actually some skip counting, and I'm going to do even numbers. 1986, 1988, 1990, and then 1992, 4, 6, 8, 2000, Okay. Then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2010. And then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2020. And let's just make sure I have all my years there. Yes, I do. And then I graph my graph. So let's graph in red. Let's graph the data for the loon chicks. It goes 1985, 200. 1985, 200. Circle. Dot circle. 1995, 260. 1995 is halfway between 1994 and 1996. 260 is closer to 200 than to 400, so that's right there. Dot and circle. 2010, 280. Again, 2010 is over here. 280 is again between 200 and 300, closer to 300, so almost halfway. Circle, dot circle. And then it goes, so I'm gonna stop scrolling for a second. Well, I guess for you, for the viewer, I won't stop scrolling. Then it's 2017, 453. 2017, so 12, 14, 16, 17, 453. 453, that's between 400 and 600, closer to 400 there, circle. And then 2019, 372 went down. 2019, 372, slightly below 400, circle dot. And then 2020, 414, 414 just slightly above 400, circle dot. And now I'm going to connect these with a line, with line segments. Okay? And if I try to connect these with like smooth lines, like if I were to draw this like, oh, you know, it goes up and then smooth, it goes down like this and like this, that's actually wrong. So you're not allowed to smooth out the line, okay? So let's now, in this interesting bluish color, let's draw the data for the adults. 1985, 1470, halfway through 1470. I'm missing a 0 there for 1,000. 1470 is, let's see, 1200, 1400. 1470 is almost in the middle of 1400 to 1600, so that one's a triangle. Okay, then 1995, 2650. 1995, 2650. So I go up to 2000, 2200, 2400, 2600. 2650 slightly above 2600. Draw it there, put a triangle. Then 2010, 2780. 2010, there's 26, there's 28. 2780 is just below 2800. Triangle, dot triangle. 2017, 2817. So 2017 over here, 2800 is that last line. 2817 is just above it. Dot triangle. 2019, 2820, which is 2019. 2820 is just above 2800. Dot triangle. Okay. And then the last one is 2020, 2974. So 2974 is just below 3000. So I draw a dot and a triangle, and then I connect these with straight lines. Okay. And that is a 2-point graph. Yeah, 2-point graph. Now, let's go on to the very next problem, which is still in the same topic. let's delete the space. Okay. Below are two graphs showing the number of loon adults, immature loons, and chicks observed during the annual loon census conducted by the Audubon Society of New York on the lakes and ponds throughout the Adirondack Park in New York State. And I do take a quick look again. Number of loons, adults, chicks, immature, 2001, and then the same thing for 2020. I do notice that all the bars seem to be higher slightly than compared to 2001. Number 47, the best explanation for why the loon populations did not show a rapid change in size during the Made in New York studies is that the loons produce 3 or 4 chicks a year, or take 7 years to reach sexual maturity, or live mainly on large lakes, or were counted by volunteers, not wildlife experts. They do take 7 years to reach maturity, so that's looking good. This one is just a reading, produce 3 or 4 chicks a year. The reading actually did say 2, 1 to 2. So the reading said that so that's false. The next one, the fact that they live mainly on large lakes, yes, that may affect their population, but it doesn't affect a change in their population. The population is what it is, and then big or small changes may happen for various reasons. So that's why this one is not correct. Now the last one, the fact that they were counted by volunteers and not wildlife experts, we in fact have a lot of citizen science that happens. This is not a valid answer. Why is it not a valid answer? The reading did say that the counters are volunteers, but they are trained to identify loons. So the fact that they're trained to identify loons means that this can't be a reason. They were trained. And you really don't need that much training to count these birds. So yeah, but the reading does say they take 7 years to reach sexual maturity. So if something crazy happens to the population, it's going to take them a while to recover. So taking 7 years to reach sexual maturity does make sense. Number 48, compare the trend in loon population sizes over time represented by the 2 New York graphs above to the trend observed in the data table from the southern part of Maine. Support your answers with information from the New York graphs and Maine graph. I wasn't sure what it is that they wanted to say, but because I guess the question is just not that clear to me. But in the end, what I ended up saying, and then when I checked my answer, it was correct. So according to this, is to compare the data. There are different types of data. So, but the question is, what do we see in the data? And we see an increase in population size on average. And we also see in this case an increase in population size. So we could actually just say that in both the New York and Maine data, the number of loons of all stages increased on average. On average. Yeah, they increased from 308 to 551 in all stages, 59 to 70 and 6 to 17. And then here, just a general upward trend. Yes, there was a little bit of a little hiccup from 2017 to 2019, but on average, the trend is up. Okay. This next problem is a really important, I think, life lesson. Okay, to be honest, the graph shows the effect of stopping smoking at different ages, along with the cumulative risk percent of death from lung cancer up to an age of 75 in men. The study took place in the United Kingdom, and we see the ages. Continuing cigarette smokers are in black, and then stopping at age 60, stopping at age 50, stopping at age 40, 30, and 20, and lifelong non-smokers. Some non-smokers do get lung cancer, but we do see, well, okay, so the more the dots that are there, the later that they stop smoking. And then, except for, of course, the solid line, which is continual cigarette smokers. I think just that piece of evidence is just very clear evidence that smoking causes lung cancer, doesn't it? So when we talk about why we want to eliminate smoking or tobacco use, that's kind of it. Tobacco use has no benefits, only drawbacks. Not a single benefit. It doesn't even make you feel good, if you really think about it. So often kids start smoking because they want to feel tough or feel cool. Both of those, unfortunately, you could be cool by not smoking and not smoking. Just find a group of people who don't smoke and are inclusive. That's it. And on the flip side, to be tough, it's not hard to inhale. Like, it doesn't make you tough. Resisting it makes you tough. So the question is number 49, and here I added a picture of the lung cancer. This person on their left lung, which is on the right side of the picture, their left lung is completely destroyed. So number 49, doctors claim that the earlier someone stops smoking, the lower the risk of dying from lung cancer. Which statement best describes the evidence that supports the claim? Let's go one at a time. Let's see. Men that smoked 40 cigarettes a day have the same risk as smoking 20 cigarettes a day at any age. That's one. How likely is that even to be true? Very unlikely, except also the data, you do have to read what the data said, and it does say the age at which they stopped smoking. None of this data says anything about how many they smoked. And of course, smoking more cigarettes causes more harm. So let's go for not that one, right? One, not supported by the data, because there's no data on that. Two, very likely to be false. Number two, men that continued to smoke had approximately 16% risk of death, and those that stopped at age 30 had a lower risk. And that's factual. Like, if you look at where 16% is, that's where 16% is. There it is. So, and those that stopped at age 30 had a lower risk, much lower risk. The dotted line stopping at age 30, but not the long dash, is the short dash is right here, 2%. As opposed to 16%, which is massive, which means that if you stop now, and you're not even, let's say you're not even 30, you're probably not, if you're watching this video, chances are you will find extremely huge positive benefits to not smoking, okay? So clearly, 8-fold decrease in cancer, huge. So that one's looking great. Which statement... so doctors again claim that earlier stoppage has a lower risk of lung cancer. Choice 3 says that men that never smoked had the same risk as those that smoked until age 30. That's very clearly false. It's like 2% versus like 0.5%, right? So that's, I didn't mean to circle that. I meant to cross that out. That's false. And then men that stopped smoking at age 40 have a greater risk of bladder cancer than lung cancer. There's no evidence of that. It's also just not true. Men who stop smoking at age 40, like, bladder cancer is actually pretty rare to begin with. It's extremely rare. So lung cancer, in fact, lung cancer in non-smokers is more common than bladder cancer. So yeah, so this choice doesn't make sense, and it's also not supported by any amount of data on this problem. Keep in mind that this question is asking about the information that you see in the problem. Okay, number 50 to 51. Base your answer to 50-51 on the diagram below on your knowledge of biology. The diagram represents the reproductive system of a human, female, and male. And so this is a female reproductive system on the left, and this is a male reproductive system on the right. Notice that they are structurally very similar, and that's actually not coincidental. That's evolutionarily speaking, basically our genes using our chromosomes, or our bodies using our genes to do one thing in one body, a male body, and a slightly different thing in a female body. So that's why the structures happen to be very similar. Note, the answer to question 50 should be recorded on a separate answer sheet. That's good to know. We are, of course, doing a video. Problem 50, the two labeled structures that function to produce gametes and hormones are A and F, B and E, C and H, D or G, or D and G. Let's actually talk about how reproduction occurs. So reproduction, males produce sperm, okay? Males produce sperm, and the sperm is either through sexual intercourse or through a medical procedure called intrauterine insemination, IUI. The sperm travels into the uterus and up the fallopian tubes, basically all the way up to here. So the sperm travels that far. At around this point, either near the opening of the fallopian tube or actually after the opening, it could be either one. The egg is released. Okay, an egg is released significantly larger than a sperm cell. And a single egg cell, actually, if you were to put it on a piece of paper, I don't know why you would, but if you were, you could actually see it visually. It's right around the size at which things start to become invisible. It's 0.1 millimeters. So the egg is then fertilized by the sperm. Okay, so the sperm literally fertilizes the egg, and then that fertilized egg takes a very slow, maybe up to 7-day process of traveling down the fallopian tube, while it's also that single cell that's produced by the combination of sperm and egg is then splitting repeatedly into 2 cells and then 4 cells and then 8 cells. And it's not growing much, but it's doing a lot of division while it's traveling down the fallopian tube. I'm drawing it outside. Let me not confuse things to make you think that it's going on outside. It's traveling down the fallopian tube slowly over the course of days, and eventually it reaches a state called a blastocyst, and then around between day 7 and day 10 or so, it gets implanted in the uterus. Okay, and when it gets implanted in the uterus, that's where a lot of the big growth happens. And so that's basic reproduction for humans up to basically the 7th day, okay, 7th to 10th day. So, and this is I believe this is a real picture of an egg and a sperm cell. Number 50, again, the two labeled structures that function to produce gametes and hormones. The gametes are produced by the testes, which are letter E, and they're also produced by the ovaries, which are letter B. So, and they produce the gametes, so that makes it the one that's correct no matter what. But they also do produce hormones, like, for example, testosterone. Not a surprise that the testes produce testosterone, literally same origin word. But the ovaries also produce estrogen. Okay, so that is all B and E, choice 2. Okay, let's scroll to number 51. Pelvic inflammatory disease and sexually transmitted infections can lead to a blockage of the structure represented by letter A. Let's go back to letter A. The structure letter A, this is the fallopian tube. Named after a guy whose last name is Fallopio. That's actually sounded so made up that I had to look it up to confirm that that's true. Yes, it's true. The fallopian tube is named after a guy whose last name is Fallopio. Pelvic inflammatory disease and sexually transmitted infections can lead to a blockage in the structure represented by A, the fallopian tube. Explain how this blockage would interfere with the formation of a zygote. And if you, based on all the stuff that I just said, the sperm travels up the fallopian tube to the egg, and the egg gets fertilized at the opening or near the opening of the fallopian tube. and then the egg then travels down the fallopian tube to the uterus to get implanted. So how does a blockage in the fallopian tube interfere with the formation of a zygote? One piece you could say is that the blockage would reduce the ability for sperm to reach the egg cell for fertility to occur. I mean, there's a lot of other ways that how this blockage could interfere with the formation of a zygote. Another way is the even if the sperm were to reach the egg, and even if it were to fertilize the egg, now the egg has to travel down the fallopian tube. But if there's a blockage, the egg might not be able to even travel down the fallopian tube and be able to implant itself. So that's another way that it could have an effect. Yet another effect, a woman can end up with an ectopic pregnancy, and an ectopic pregnancy, like for example, if the egg implants itself instead of in the uterus, it implants itself in a fallopian tube, which is unfortunately is something that happens and often is a very dangerous situation. Okay, so I think the biggest lesson to that with about this pelvic inflammatory disease, it's a sexually transmitted infection. So protecting ourselves is definitely a very important piece of safe sex. Number 52, detritivores are animals that consume and break down dead plants and animal matter from the ecosystems. Explain why the decline and extinction of many species of detritivores may have a negative consequence on the stability of an ecosystem. The extinction of any species, generally speaking, is a bad thing. Scientists keep arguing whether there's an exception to that, specifically with mosquitoes, whether we could actually make any species of mosquito go extinct, and if it would actually, or maybe all of them, and whether it would actually cause harm in the ecosystem. It's not a clear statement. But generally speaking, we want to just assume that all causes of extinction are bad. And the causes themselves are often quite bad. So why would the detritivores go extinct or decline? Why would that have a negative consequence? What do detritivores do? Detritivores eat dead and decaying nutrients. Detritivores, in fact, can actually hasten the decay of dead animals and plants and other living things. So why would that be a good thing? Well, the thing is, if you think about where we get our energy and nutrients, we get them from plants and animals. But where do the animals get them? Well, eventually everything traces back for us on land. It traces back to plants. So everything goes back to plants. Where do plants get their nutrients? Well, they get their nutrients from the soil. Where do the nutrients in the soil come from? Because they would be depleted if the plants ate them all. Well, the nutrients in the soil come from dead and decaying plants and animals and other life forms. So the detritivores take the nice nutrients that are in dead and decaying life and break it down into a way that can then be accessed by plants, which then recycle the same nutrients into other living things. Okay, so that's what they want us to address. So a lack of detritivores would reduce the ability of nutrients to cycle back into the food web. Now, a test-taking thing. You might say to yourself, I wouldn't have thought of that, or I wouldn't have been able to say that exactly as you said it. And look, that's actually valid, and it's also not harmful, because this question does have a lot of answers. Like, detritivores break down dead animals and plants, for example. If the plants, dead animals and plants accumulate, then they can easily take up a lot of space and create a noxious environment. That actually has happened in the past. So there's a point is that there's a lot of things that you can actually talk about in this problem. So it's not necessarily that you have to say the one thing that I said. There's a lot of things that you could say. In fact, when I was talking about it just now, I did mention a lot of different things, not just the fact that nutrients get cycled back into the food web. 53 to 54 is a combo problem again. We base our answers on the following photograph and our knowledge of biology. A research team of students added water and experimented an experimental enzyme to a jar containing a piece of a type of plastic that is commonly used in food packaging. Several days later, the plastic was no longer visible. So, jar with plastic, jar with no plastic. Identify one factor that would influence, and a jar with no original plastic, and 7 days later again. Identify one factor that would influence the rate at which the experimental enzyme breaks down the plastics. Any factor that would influence the rate of breakdown is good. You don't even have to explain it. You just give anything at all. How about an increase in enzyme concentration? Or the temperature? Or the substrate concentration? Like more plastic. Or the pH. Enzymes are often strongly affected by pH. Enzymes can often completely eliminate the ability of an enzyme to perform its function. And pH, more extreme pHs can even eliminate an enzyme's ability to perform an action. So any factor that you could think of that can influence the rate at which this enzyme breaks down this type of plastic. I mean, another one, I could keep going, so I'm not going to write them all, but like using alcohol instead of water, or using less water, or using more water, or sunlight, or etc. Okay. The research team claimed that the experimental enzyme would break down all plastics. All plastics. That's interesting. The student repeated the experiment with a different type of plastic. This time the plastic was not broken down by the enzyme. That's actually not surprising. Explain why the enzyme is not able to break down all types of plastic. This is an important thing about enzymes. A lot of times when you see an enzyme and a substrate, the enzyme is often drawn with this like interesting shape, something like this, like that, and then this would be the enzyme, and then the substrate is often drawn kind of like key to lock type of thing, like that. Substrate. And maybe the enzyme attaches to the substrate. The enzyme gets preserved, but it affects the substrate. And it's drawn this way because enzymes, the shape of enzymes affects which substrates they act on. The shape of enzymes affect which substrates they act on. So the shape affects which substrates they act on. So if the shape of the substrate is not the correct shape for the enzyme probably won't work on that substrate. And that's actually it. So enzyme shape determines which chemicals, which chemicals, which substrates, okay? Sure. They can interact with. There it is. Different enzymes can't, like lactase that you take for lactose intolerant, it doesn't act on whey protein. You know, it acts on lactase. Lactase acts on lactose. Okay? And right now, after this problem, we are about to get a perfect B2. A perfect B2. So with this problem, we can celebrate that. Base your answer to problem 55 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. Ultrasonic repellents are electronic devices designed to repel and remove household pets. When plugged in, they produce ultra-high frequency sound waves to chase away mice, rats, fleas, cockroaches, silverfish, and spiders. The sound these devices make cannot be heard by humans. These pest control devices are often used in environments where the use of poison is prohibited or not recommended. Identify one concern other than its effectiveness that people might have before using in their home. So it might be helpful to think about, again, it's a concern, maybe a negative concern. What negative effects might this tool have? And the first one that I thought of, like, if it affects small animals, maybe it affects pets negatively. And that's actually the one that I gave. Maybe the ultrasonic sounds can affect pets negatively. But that might not be it. It might affect birds or outside animals negatively. It could have a lot of effects. But that's the one that I thought of. And with that, we just got a perfect B2. So congratulations on that. We are more than halfway through the test. We are done with 55 out of 85 problems. We only have 30 problems left. So basically a third of the way through. Part C, answer all questions in this part. And we record our answers in the space provided in the examination booklet. 56 through 57 is based on this photograph and the illustration below and the next page and on your knowledge of biology. So this is another long one, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and look at the question real quick. It's about identical twins. Sometimes identical twins have different physical traits. Using the experiment Duke scientists performed on mice with the yellow fur color as a gene model, explain how epigenetics could be the cause of differences observed in identical twins. Okay, so now we're looking for differences in identical twins and the causes of those. After all, they're identical. They have essentially identical genes, right? Mouse DNA and epigenetics. In 2000, scientists at Duke University designed an experiment using mice that carry a gene for yellow fur color. Mice with the yellow fur genes also had a large appetite and a tendency to develop cancer and diabetes. The photo shows a mouse with the yellow fur gene on the left next to a normal mouse with the brown fur gene on the right. The scientists wanted to see if they could reduce the chance of the offspring of the yellow mice developing these diseases by changing the expression of the gene for yellow fur color. Changing the expression of the gene. They began by changing the diet of yellow female mice to a diet containing food rich in methyl groups. Methyl groups. Methyl groups are small clusters of chemicals that can attach to a gene and turn it off. Their offspring that had methylated DNA were found to be thin, have brown fur, and had less chance of developing cancer and diabetes. Now, I just want to be clear. You may have read this and heard, I guess methylating DNA might be a good thing. It's not. Because along with this one gene that causes harm in these mice, all the other DNA was also methylated, and a lot of other genes were probably turned off. It's just that the cancer and diabetes caused by this gene was also turned off. Okay. The model illustrated below shows methylated and non-methylated DNA. So we see the methylated and non-methylated DNA. In fact, the letters, we see GCTGA-CTG on the top, and we see GCTGA-CTG. Actually, same exact sequence, but the methyl group is attached to different places and specifically on the Cs. Okay? The researchers concluded that the offspring were born with an epigenetic alteration to their DNA. Epigenetic alterations are inheritable changes in gene expression patterns independent of the primary DNA sequence. The expression of the gene is altered, but the DNA sequence usually remains unchanged. The sequence remains unchanged. In addition to diet, other factors such as hormones, physical activity, stress, tobacco, and alcohol can also cause epigenetic changes. So sometimes identical twins have different physical traits. Using the experiment Duke scientists performed on mice with the yellow fur color gene as a model, explain how epigenetics could be the cause of differences observed, in identical twins. So this whole thing said that two mice can have identical genes, yet have different traits because of methylation, and that's the hint. So based on this experiment, explain how epigenetics could cause differences observed in identical twins. Remember that traits in people are actually caused by genes. You have blonde hair, there's a gene for that. You have brown hair, there's a gene for that. You have brown eyes, there's a gene for that. Big nose, there's a gene for that. Other traits, I'm colorblind, there's a gene for that. Different types of colorblindness, there's a gene. And there are some other traits that are caused by multiple genes interacting with each other. But traits are caused by genes. Humans are what we are due to our genes and also how long those genes act. The differences between us and chimpanzees are actually very small. So based on this experiment, that they want us to base our answer on this experiment. We need to discuss the methylated DNA. So that's what I'm going to do. Methylated DNA. And what about the methylated DNA? If they both have the methylated DNA, then they end up having the same trait. So methylated DNA in just one offspring. And I'm going to say just one offspring can change the rate of gene expression. Great example of this, like there are known cases of identical twins being split up after birth, and one twin is raised in one place, another twin is raised in another place. Well, the way the one child lives, the things that one child eats, the things that the other child eats, the way they each eat, and maybe access to, let's say, alcohol later in life, these things can have physical effects, including methylating DNA, which can actually change the way genes are expressed, which could cause the two twins to actually look different. Explain why epigenetic changes are not usually considered mutations. So, what a mutation is a change in the base pairs of the code in the DNA. Mutations, excuse me, are changes in the sequence of DNA, nucleotides, the A, C, G, and T. Okay? Methylation does not change the sequence. Does not change this sequence. So with this next problem, we are about to get an 80 on this test. On problem 58 is going to give us an 80 on this test. So I'm pretty excited about that. We are more now than 2/3 of the way done with the test, and we're about to get an 80 on this test. That's a big deal. Base your answer to question 58 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. A scorpion's secret weapon ingredient. Good thing that they don't look like this, right? Getting stung by a scorpion is painful. The pain serves as a warning to its predators to stay away. Scorpion venom contains toxins that are recognized by the pain receptors on nerve cells. These receptors are the same as those that cause a burning feeling when you touch something hot. But being stung by a scorpion is much more painful than touching a hot object. The venom itself doesn't cause all of the pain. It also contains an acid that changes the pH of the area surrounding the affected nerve cells. The change in pH increases the intensity of the pain messages. And 58 says, in populations of scorpions, a mutation occurred that resulted in the venom having no effect on its predators. That's probably whack for that scorpion, right? But explain why the number of predators that feed exclusively on scorpions would decrease over time. Justify your answers. This is a tougher question, right? Because now we're talking about some of the scorpions aren't able to produce the toxin. We know that generally speaking, that would, given a population that's steady, this would end up making it so that some of the scorpions could actually be eaten by predators, right? So that's logical. So they're asking for something that causes a decrease. Well, I do notice that despite the fact that some of the scorpions have genes that don't produce venom, that cause them to not produce effective venom, there are still other scorpions that have venom that causes painful stings. Now, let's think about what happens with the scorpions that have ineffective venom. Those scorpions have an evolutionary disadvantage, which means that they're more likely to die off. And finally, the predators might, because of the scorpions with venom that is effective still exist, predators just might have less access to food. So the one answer that I gave here, because we do have to choose one of the possible answers, is that there are still scorpions with effective venom. Okay, so that is a perfectly valid answer. Okay, so number 59 through 61 are a combo problem, and we have to base our answers on the information below and our knowledge of biology. This one's the problem, it's just a reading, so I'm going to read the problem first. Identify the original source of the Brown radiation. Okay, so let's read this text. Scientists have studied the medicinal herb Fritillaria dilavayi, or the fritillary, okay, which is difficult to cultivate. This herb is used in Chinese traditional medicine to treat lung conditions such as bronchitis and bad coughs. The threatened herb grows wild among the rocks in dry, cold, mountainous places in China. Most fritillary have bright green leaves and sunny yellow flowers. The scientists have noticed something unusual. In places where people often gather and harvest the herb, more and more plants of the same species have a dull brown flower color. Many people have trouble finding this dull brown variety that blends in with the rocky area where it grows. And we could imagine that being true. Now, these pictures are not in color, but we could imagine that this one, in normal yellow, if it were bright yellow in the picture, that it would be easy to see against the brown backdrop. Whereas these are harder to see, the dull browns. Okay, where here is the flower down here. You see that? I was even having trouble finding where the flower is, and it's right there. They pointed out to us. This is the flower in bright yellow. This is the flower in dull brown. So identify the original source of the brown variation. Well, what is the original source of the brown variation? So one, you could the answer that I just gave is a genetic mutation. You could have also said, this is one of the places where you could have said recombination. If recombination affects a gene, because recombination, the reason recombination could have been the answer, although it's most likely genetic mutation. But the reason you could have said recombination, when recombination occurs, a position of a gene on a chromosome can change, and then that can affect the rate of expression of that gene. So recombination can also have an effect. But I gave genetic mutation as the more obvious answer. Number 60, fritillary grows very slowly, taking 5 years to reproduce. Predict which flower color will be more common in areas accessible by humans after 20 years and support your answer. Remember, these are accessible by humans. Accessible by humans. And they did say that the humans harvest the flowers, and they did say that the yellow flowers are easier to spot, therefore more likely to be harvested. I think the easiest justification for this problem, and one thing I love about these tests is that you can give multiple answers as long as your answer is well justified. The one that I think that makes the most sense is that the one that's more common is going to be the brown one. And why? Because humans are more likely to pick the yellow flowers. Now, what if you said yellow? Does that mean that in this problem you'd be wrong? There are problems in which if you pick the opposite, you would be wrong. But in this one, actually, if you said yellow, but you gave it a good justification, you would get your points too. It is possible that the yellow ones would be more common. If this genetic mutation is exceedingly rare, then and these flowers take 5 years to reproduce, and this is 20 years later, maximum 4 generations later. Remember, maximum 4 generations later. But not every flower necessarily dies after that reproduction, although actually I might have to take that back because that's true for almost every flower. Although they actually, no, thinking about it, they might also just grow back the next year. I don't know. That's not that much time. So if you actually said the yellow would be more common because the time is not long enough because of the 5-year reproduction time, there won't be enough time for the brown flowers to dominate. Anything like that is perfectly valid too. So, but I did choose the brown ones based on the data in the problem. Number 61, human efforts to cultivate this endangered species have unfortunately not been successful. What argument could be made to justify continued efforts to preserve this species by cultivation? If we don't protect the species could go extinct. And actually, those are the exact words that I stated. If you don't protect the species, they could go extinct. Other pieces, and I do want to mention other pieces of information. So without efforts to protect the species, the species can go extinct. But if you wanted to also say, without efforts to cultivate to protect the species, humans may lose information about an herbal remedy to important diseases. um, or you would say that continuing efforts to preserve the species would continue access to a remedy for um, diseases in a remote community. I mean, there's a lot of justifications that you can make for protecting these species. Now, the next problem: three different food chains are represented in the in a food web. I'm sorry, reread. Three different food chains present in a food web are presented below: a prickly pear cactus to an antelope squirrel to a western diamondback rattlesnake to a red-tailed hawk, and then a saguaro cactus to a wood rat to a western diamondback rattlesnake, and then a brittle bush to a grasshopper mouse. 62. Identify the food chain, A, B, or C, in which there would be the least amount of energy available to the last consumer in the feeding sequence. Support your answer. Really very good rule of thumb is that 90% of energy is lost between steps in the food web. Now, I was actually contemplating this because I'm like 99% of the energy. Now, we are not being hunted, but we're saying like 90%. We're saying like, what if we include humans? And so this is approximately, right? And that's the big point. Difference for different species, it would be different. But like, if we were hunted by giant sloths who ate humans or something like that, would that mean that 90% of the food we ate in our lives would be lost, but then 10% is consumed by that giant ground sloth or something? Or a giant bear, whatever. Point is, humans' lifespan is significantly longer than most animals, even relative to our size. Um, like, there are many predators that are 200, 300, 400 pounds within a couple of years of being born, even sometimes within less than a year. We take a long time to grow, we take a long time to reproduce. So in our case, in humans case, actually a lot more than 90% of the energy is lost between when we our lives and then when we get consumed um, by giant ground bears or something, or giant walruses, whatever you want to say. Point is, but for other animals, their lives are shorter. They spent a lot of time growing and eating and reproducing, but most animals do not reach old age, what we would consider to be old age. Most animals die during reproductive age. That's not necessarily true for humans. We have grandmothers and great grandmothers and great great grandmothers who don't reproduce. So if 90% of the energy is lost, if you take that as a rule of thumb, if 90% of the energy is lost at each step, then it's the thing that affects how much the amount of energy that's lost, that's available to the last consumer, is the length of the chain. On choice A, there's 3 steps, 90% energy lost each time, 90%, then 99%, because that's 90% of the remaining 10%. And then the remaining 1%, 90% of that is lost, so we get to 99.9% of the energy lost. And for the second one, 90% of the energy lost, and then another 90% of the 10% remaining, that's 9%, 99%, 99%, and here 90% of the energy is lost. So the one that has the least amount of energy to available to the last consumer is A, because the food chain is longer. And so it's a really important rule of thumb to keep in mind, that 90% rule. It's a really good one. All right, base your answers to 63 and 64 on the information below and your knowledge of biology. Woman gives birth after uterus transplant. A woman with uterine factor infertility, UFI, either don't have a uterus or have a uterus that doesn't function. A uterus transplant has emerged as a potential solution for these women. In 2019, the first baby in North America was delivered by a mother who received a uterus transplant. Number 63, describe a role of the uterus in the process of human reproduction. So we talked about the reproduction, how sperm enters the uterus either through intrauterine insemination or sex, and then the sperm travels up the fallopian tube to the egg, where it gets fertilized, and the egg travels back down the fallopian tube. While it's actually dividing, implants itself in the uterus, and then the embryo grows in the uterus. Okay, so so what is the role of the uterus? You could say it provides any words that describe the role of the uterus correctly, or any role of the uterus correctly is great. So it provides a place for the embryo. Let's mention the placenta to grow. You could have said it provides a place for the embryo to grow. You could have said it provides a place for the placenta to attach to, or you could have said it provides a place for the placenta to absorb nutrients. During pregnancy, the women are given medication to prevent the transplanted uterus from being rejected. After the baby is born, the transplanted uterus is removed. Explain why a woman's body would reject a transplanted uterus if she does not take medication. This is an interesting feature. When we do transplant organs, those organs, generally speaking, get attacked very strongly by our immune systems. So what happens is we have to turn off the part of the immune system that attacks transplanted organs. So that's what we have to discuss. That's what we have to state. So the immune system creates antibodies against the implanted uterus. Unfortunately, that's just the way that our bodies work. It's actually a good thing that our bodies create antibodies against foreign bodies. It protects our bodies. That's why we are protected from COVID-19, and it actually also protects our bodies against things like even cancers. If cancer can be detected as a foreign body, then our bodies can fight it. And our bodies actually do fight it. Fun fact: everyone gets cancer. Everyone gets cancer. Your body just often fights it off. And so, is it cancer if your body fought it off? After all, the cells didn't get a chance to divide willy-nilly. But I mean, the answer is if our bodies couldn't fight it off, then the cells would divide freely and would cause harm to our bodies. So yes. Next, basing our answers to question 65 on the information on the graph below and our knowledge of biology, humans' actions have affected biodiversity in multiple ecosystems on Earth. Let's see, species extinction and human population size. Species extinctions, here's how many: 10,000 to 60,000. Holy cow, yeah, that many though. 1800 to 2010. And on the right side, human population in millions, 0 million to 8,000 million. In other words, 8 billion. And we see that they track similar, don't they? Species extinctions and human population. Make a claim as to how human actions have affected biodiversity. and support your claim with evidence from the graph. So this time we have to actually make a claim and we have to support it based on the graph. So notice that as human populations grow, it seems that extinctions also increase. And let's say that as human population grows, extinctions also increase. Okay? Extinctions also increase. Put a period there. Okay? And I also said that an increase in human population leads to an increase in extinctions. So normally speaking, we don't want to make a causal claim. However, the question is to make a claim, not that whether the claim could be completely justified by the data. So we do see that as human populations grow, extinctions also increase. That's a very solid claim. Is it causal? Well, we know the big change in the world that happened in the last 200 years is a massive increase in human population. So that actually just does make a whole lot of sense. Now, would we need more evidence to justify that it's causal? Of course. You and I know that it's causal. You and I know that that humans are causing the extremely high extinction rates, but we are also have been aware of a lot of news stories and other data. It's not just this data. So, however, can we make the claim? Yes. Now, base your answer to 66 on the diagram below in your knowledge of biology. The diagram represents a feedback mechanism in humans. Higher blood sugar, pancreas secretes more of a hormone, insulin. Okay. Lower blood sugar, and the pancreas secretes less of a hormone, same insulin. An individual with a healthy pancreas eats a starchy snack. Explain why the pancreas would secrete more hormone a short time later. Support your information from the diagram. Now, this one does require a little bit of knowledge of biology. This one said starchy. You do need to know that a starch is a complex carb. A complex carbohydrate. Lots of glucoses and other, maybe other sugars, but usually glucose, all stuck together. So what we do, we eat the starchy snack. Our tongues produce saliva. One of the many enzymes in saliva. We have so many enzymes in saliva, we don't actually know what they all are, even in 2025. But one of the many enzymes in saliva is responsible for breaking down the starch into sugars, into simple sugars like glucose. So eating a starchy snack, which isn't pure glucose, does increase our blood glucose level by breaking down the starch into glucose and then that absorbing into our bloodstream. So we could say that as the starch gets digested, TS, that's a little bit of dyslexia right there, GETS, digested into simple sugars. Blood sugar goes up, triggering an increase in the production of the hormone. The production of the hormone. Okay, there we go. Now, we base our answer to 67 on the information on the diagram below in our knowledge of biology. A diagram represents two molecules, A and B, resulting from the digestion of foods moving into a cell. And I see B, there's one B inside and four B's outside, and the B's have arrows going in. And then I see four A's inside and then one A outside and an arrow going in. Interesting. So it looks like to me that the B's are going from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration. And it also looks like to me like the A is going from an area of low concentration to an area of high concentration. So the problem says, explain why mitochondria are essential to the... Nope, wrong problem, sorry. Explain how the lack of nutrients can impact the cellular process needed to move molecule A into the cell. Now, that's a hint right there. We're only talking about molecule A. Molecule B probably freely passes through into the cell. But molecule A, in order to go from an area of low concentration to an area of high concentration, that has to be done through active transport, which means that the cell membrane has to actively bring in molecule A into the cell. And in order to do that, it has to have the energy to do that, and it has to have the proteins to do that. So what I had said is that a lack of nutrients and energy can prevent cells from having the capacity to bring molecule A into the cell. Base your answers to 68 to 70 on the information below in our knowledge of biology. Mitochondria, which we now know as the powerhouse of the cell, where ATP is produced. It gives us a high energy molecule. It's the thing that allows us to sprint, produce high energy reactions. It's the thing that allowed Usain Bolt to run as fast as he did and Michael Phelps to swim as fast as he did. So the mitochondria are organelles present in most complex cells. The diagram below illustrates a typical mitochondrial cell. So I see mitochondrion and I see like a zigzaggy cell membrane. Then I see mitochondrial DNA. Now mitochondria do have many copies of their mitochondrial DNA. Unlike our cells, which tend to on average have only one. And we see that the organelle is this tiny little thing in the cell. And explain why mitochondria are essential to the survival of complex organisms. So mitochondria produce ATP, which cells use for energy. Yeah. Done. Sweet. Now, there's an interesting fact. So the Regents, as a test, it kind of has to balance the need for explaining science as it is with the need for recognizing that new science does appear over time. The previous Regents had a really interesting topic. We know, and we should actually act under the assumption that mitochondria is inherited only from the mother. We should actually act under that assumption. But of course, the Regents has to show that sometimes special things can happen, and in that case, they actually gave an example, an extremely rare example of a man and a woman who had a child. The woman happened to have a mitochondrial disease. The child was not born with the disease, and then they went to check the child, and the child ended up having the mitochondria from the father. Now, that you might ask the question, how is that physically possible? The sperm cell does have mitochondria, so we know that some mitochondria enters from the male enters the female cell. it must be perhaps because of the damaged mitochondria that the woman had. It might be that the mitochondria from the male was able to survive and thrive in the cell. But generally speaking, if you have mitochondria in your cells, which you definitely do because you are alive, you inherited the mitochondria from your mother. So that, just keep that one in mind, that crazy things happen, but humans inherit their mitochondria from their mothers. And animals animals inherit their mitochondria from the egg producing member of the species, the female. Okay, mitochondrial inheritance. Let's see. And so this is not the weird special case from the previous regions. This is the real, the normal, everyday situation. So mitochondrial inheritance: father with a disease, mother without, and the children do not have the disease. And on the other side, mother with the disease, all mitochondrial mutant, and then the father doesn't have the disease, it seems, and then all the children have the disease. Unlike most other organelles, mitochondria contain their own DNA. This DNA is in the form of a double-stranded, ring-shaped molecule that can replicate. The number of mitochondria in a cell can increase when mitochondria reproduce. Mitochondrial DNA mutates. Some of these mutations have been linked to certain diseases in humans. Mitochondrial DNA is passed on to children through their mothers. The chart to the left indicates this process. And we saw the evidence here, and then provide evidence from the mitochondrial inheritance charts that supports the claim that mitochondria are usually inherited from the mother. And we see that the only children that have the mitochondrial disease are the ones that had a mother with the disease, even if the father didn't. And in the case of the father having the disease but the mother not having it, none of the children had it. So that's what we could actually say. That's the evidence that mitochondria are passed from the mother. So mitochondrial disease are usually inherited from the mother only. And that's the big piece of evidence that tells us that. Okay? 69. No, that was 69. Different cells in the human body contain different numbers of mitochondria. The chart to the left shows approximate numbers of mitochondria present in various cells. Let's see if this makes sense to us. The number of mitochondria in various cells: liver cells have 2,500. The skeletal muscle cells have 1,200. White blood cells in the lung contain 700. Dermal cells just under the skin contain 200. White adipose cells, fat storage, contain 100. And then red blood cells contain not even a single one. And so this is interesting, because I think about the energy usage that I have, like when I go to the gym or I'm running or I'm jumping or anything like that. The skeletal muscles are expending a lot of energy. But it turns out that the liver cells have way more mitochondria, which it means that the liver is actually working way harder than any of your muscles, it seems. At least in terms of how much ATP it needs. That's really interesting. Then we go to brain cells, which aren't listed here. Our brain uses about a quarter of the energy that we eat. Number 70, state which cell type would probably be the most affected by mitochondrial diseases. Support your answer. It looks like the liver cells. I mean, the liver cells are the ones that have the most mitochondria. The ones that have the least mitochondria, red blood cells, have none. Probably not affected by mitochondrial disease, but the liver cells probably strongly affected. So that's what we could say. The liver cells are the ones that are most affected because they contain the greatest number of mitochondria. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. Now we are almost at our goal of getting a 90 on this Regents. That happens problem 73. So we are almost there. We're almost there at a 90. We're also almost there at a perfect grade. And our goal really does have to be to get a perfect grade on this test. One of the things that I always point out now in videos, a lot of students think that the best strategy is to focus on the multiple choice, even on the living environment, not just the math tests. But the thing is that if you're focusing on just the multiple choice questions, well, the multiple choice, if you get them all right, you get around a 65. So now you have to focus on the other ones. And so really on these tests, it's actually better to focus on the short answer to improve your score. So if you want to know how to improve your score best between now and the end of the time when you have to take the Regents, focusing on the short answer to be able to answer the right thing is probably the best route. Now we're going to base our answer to 71 and 72 on this information provided on our knowledge of biology. It's going to say, state one reason for supporting the use of this technology. I hate this question, but let's read it. Why is the sky white? Why is the sky white? One method researchers are investigating to decrease the impact of climate change is stratospheric aerosol scattering. This involves using airplanes or balloons to spray tiny particles of sulfate aerosols or calcium carbonate into the upper atmosphere. The particles reflect sunlight back into space. Climate modeling has shown that the use of this technology could lead to a decrease in extreme temperatures and the intensity of tropical storms. It could also reduce ice loss and sea level rise as well. That seems like a lot of benefits, but however, there are risks associated with the technology. While the models show global benefits, local benefits might vary considerably. Also, since the technology doesn't address carbon emissions, as it continues to get warmer, there will be a need to spray more and more particles into the atmosphere. This could change the appearance of the sky from blue to white, and there's also concerns that introducing sulfate aerosols into the upper atmosphere could damage the ozone layer. So we see a tethered balloon delivery system, we see 1 kilometer, we see a balloon, we see fine spray of particles, we see a pipe, we see a pipe tethered to a ship. Explain one reason for supporting the use of the technology. Here I said, and this is an important thing to know, it's mostly a bad idea. Just because there are benefits to doing it doesn't mean that the drawbacks aren't so significant that we should really strongly consider not doing it, and that's actually the truth. In this case, we should really very strongly consider not doing this at all, because the Earth has a lot of positive feedback loops and a lot of negative feedback loops. If we do something to so drastically alter such a significant part of our ecosystem as the amount of sun coming through from the amount of sunlight coming through from the sun, so reducing the amount of insolation, we can very, very negatively affect a ton of those negative feedback loops, but also some of those positive feedback loops, which might cause damage and might create an unstable ecosystem. So it's a very dangerous thing and not one we should really employ. But they did ask us to do it anyway, to state one reason for supporting this technology. This is for the people. This problem was probably put in for the people who really want us to know that there's actual tiny benefits, more drawbacks than benefits. But using this technology, the reading actually did talk about some of the benefits, right? Could lead to decrease in extreme temperatures and the intensity of tropical storms. It could also reduce ice loss and sea level rise. So let's just say can reduce sea level rise. Right from the reading. So this is definitely a bad idea, pumping these chemicals into the sky. So number 72, explain why it would be important to continue efforts to reduce carbon emissions, even if this technology were to be used. Well, if any good reason that you could think of would be solid. In fact, the truth is that there are a lot of really bad reasons to use this technology. So what you could say, maybe carbon emissions increasing may cause an increased need for the aerosols over time. You could also mention the fact that carbon emissions increases could also continue to cause an increase in global warming, even with the use of aerosols. You know, there is kind of a limit to how effective those aerosols can actually be. There is a very much a limit. So that said, with this problem, with number 73, we're about to get a 90 and finish off a perfect, and we did finish off a perfect part C, which is really exciting. We're about to get that 90. For 73 to 85 part D, it's very similar to the previous parts. You're going to have some multiple choice, some short answer. So that's what we got to do. Notice that the test didn't change very much along the way. That it literally went from multiple choice to like a mix between multiple choice and short answers, and then a lot of questions that were combined, you know, like a multi-part questions, essentially. But number 73, when the proportion of a gene for a specific trait in a population of finches increases over time, the most likely cause of this would be selective breeding, species extinction, natural selection, or ecological succession. Just real quick, we already discussed what ecological succession is. This is the process of that allows a field to go from barren field to grasses, to shrubs, to small trees, to pine forest, to eventually hardwood forests. And so that's what ecological succession is. So it can't be that. Natural selection does make sense to me, because it says here that the gene for a specific trait increases over time. Natural selection sounds really good, because if a gene for a certain trait appears, if it's harmful, it's more likely to disappear. If it's not harmful but not helpful, then genetic drift might cause it to increase or decrease, but it's, statistically speaking, it's more likely to just kind of stay constant, whereas natural selection is more likely to cause the gene expression to increase. In other words, if that trait was a beneficial trait. The next one, species extinction, if the trait is increasing in frequency, this can't be causing species extinction because it's a benefit. And then selective breeding, they haven't really talked about the effects of this trait on breeding. Either way, selective breeding is something that we as humans participate in when we're choosing animals. Okay, when we're choosing animals to breed with each other, like we talked about the milk cows earlier in the test, or we have to talk about them later in the test. I don't remember which one. So, but point is, selective breeding is something that we choose. Now, interestingly, with something to say about natural selection. Like I put this picture of children in the Solomon Islands who have blonde hair, which is an interesting trait in humans. In the United States, blonde hair, other than bleaching it or coloring it, is uncommon with people with dark skin. Blonde hair tends to appear in U.S. populations from European descent. This group of individuals in the Solomon Islands evolved blonde hair independently of Europeans with a different genetic mutation. And so I put this here because a very valid question is there a biological benefit to having blonde hair? Well, and there is a theory to it, and perhaps there is a hidden benefit that you and I maybe don't know about, but there does seem to be a hidden benefit when a parent has a child. The male especially wants to know that the child is theirs before the advent of really hard science. One way to know is if your child kind of looks like you. So it is thought that blonde hair traits would allow a parent to identify the child as theirs. And there is an analogous statement in Europe. The blue eye gene is thought to be caused by a single mutation happened one time in our history, and that person had blue eyes. Well, the reason that blue eye gene became prevalent is thought to be that, well, if two parents especially had a child who have blue eyes, had a child, it's very likely that that child would be a blue-eyed child. So if that child was brown-eyed, the parent would be likely to assume that the child was not necessarily theirs and maybe not take care of the child, which produces a disadvantage for the child. So eye color differences help humans identify their children as theirs, the same way that something like blonde hair or other physical traits that you have, nose shape, like I have my father's nose, my father's ears, things like my mother's hair, my mother's eyes, that kind of thing. Uh, when you have traits that are identifiable from a parent, then the parent is more likely to assume that the child is theirs, especially obviously the male one. So number 74, a scientist conducts an experiment. Why do they even conduct experiments? Is it to choose variables, test a hypothesis, collect data, or identify a control? Well, when the scientist is performing an experiment, they actually do choose the variable before they conduct the experiment. That's the variable they want to test. And when they're choosing the variable, they want to identify a control before doing the experiment. So that's not done at the point of doing the experiment. And then the experiment involves collecting data, but the scientist doesn't do it to collect data just for the sake of collecting data. They do it because they have a question they want to answer, and they have a certain predicted answer to the question, a hypothesis. So that's what the reason that they perform experiments, for sure. Numbers 75 through 77 are based on the same diagram, and also our knowledge of biology, and here's another evolutionary tree diagram from present to present from a long time ago. We had another tree evolution diagram earlier, and this is yet another one. In the past, K, and then in the present, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And it says, which species is more closely related to M? And if we look at the location of the species, M. Now, we also look at the location of the other species, like H is over here. And then H is choice 4, right? And then looking at the other species, E, F, and actually E appears multiple times, so come on. Again, any stutters, anything, I keep it in the video because I have to edit it, and editing it takes too long. E actually appears here, and F appears all the way up there. So how do you determine which is more closely related to M? So relatedness is a factor of your most recent common ancestor. You and I as humans have a common ancestor who was also human. Somewhere along the way, we have a common ancestor. So, in fact, all humans have a common ancestor who was also human. But two different species have a common ancestor which is not necessarily the same species as they were. So, in the case of relatedness, the way you determine whether two species are more closely related is by looking at how close the most recent common ancestor is. And if I notice from M and H, J is the most recent common ancestor of M and H, which means that they're closely related, whereas in a different color, K is the most recent common ancestor of M and E. So E is not the answer. It's also the most recent common ancestor of F and G with M. So it's not F and it's not G. The most recent common ancestor between M and any of these four species is J, which is most closely related then to H. And speaking of E appearing multiple times in the diagram, which species appears to have well adapted to its environment for a longer period of time? I notice that E is in fact appearing here, and then appearing here, and then appearing here. So E has existed for a much longer time, whereas all the other species have appeared exactly once in this tree. So E is the one that is most well adapted to the environment. Number 77, the diagram was based on fossil evidence. Explain why other forms of evidence would help support the accuracy of the evolutionary pathways represented in the diagram. I gave a 2-sentence answer to this question because when I first read it, I wasn't sure if they would have been satisfied with just a plain old why. For some reason, even though they said explain why, I wasn't sure if they would be satisfied with just a explanation of why. So I actually gave other pieces of evidence that would help, and I did that to guarantee that I could get the points on the question, right? So when you're taking this test, you want to actually give a complete answer to the question. If you think the answer is asking one thing, answer that question that it's asking. But if you think you're not sure about whether it's asking question A or question B, then actually just give an answer to question A and to question B. Whichever of those actually answers the question that they were really asking, you're going to get your points. They don't penalize you for saying more. So here I note, so they explain why other forms of evidence would help support the accuracy of the evolutionary pathways represented in the diagram. You could say that fossils, and what did they say that this is based on? Did they say what it's based on, this diagram? Where is it? It didn't say what these are based on. Okay, so you could say that fossils sometimes look similar. But are more distantly related. Distantly related. And I did give a second sentence after this one, but I gave the example earlier in the video of the 2 mites that where the guy was trying to do an experiment on the genetic information about this mite, and he found that there were 2 species of mite in the area, not just one, and it turned out that the 2 species of mite, they each evolved a trait that was super beneficial, but they evolved it through different genetic, through different genes, different gene mutations, and so if the members that had one gene mutation mated with each other, they would have offspring with that trait, and then if the members of the other group mated with each other, they would have offspring with that same trait, and so they looked identical, but they were having separate offspring. And the thing is, though, they could mate and reproduce and produce fertile offspring, but those fertile offspring, because they did not have the gene for that trait from both parents, they would not have the beneficial trait that came from those parents. So as a result, that offspring would be more likely to not survive. So these 2 populations, despite looking completely identical, were completely separate populations. And an interesting thing is that over time, despite the fact that they look extremely identical, over time, they may actually end up evolving to look different and be very different species. So, so what I ended up actually also saying is that other evidence may include genetic sequencing, DNA sequencing, or fossil aging. Okay. And it does turn out that the first sentence was enough to answer the question and get my points, but because I wasn't sure, I gave both of those answers. Number 78. When determining a pulse rate, why is it best to use the average of 3 readings? So my pulse has probably varied a tremendous amount in the making of this video. I move my hands around, my pulse goes up. I chill out and I start writing, my pulse goes down. I get excited about a topic, my pulse goes up. I decide to take a sip of my drink, my pulse goes, well, when I grab it, my pulse goes up. When I'm taking the sip, my pulse goes down. So, why is it best to use an average of 3 readings? I think a great reason is that pulse rates vary tremendously. Over short time intervals. You could have also said another answer that I really like is to decrease sample error. So you'll notice a lot of these questions have more than one answer. And if you answer in any way that is correct, you get your points. And there are many other reasons why it might be best to use the average of 3 readings, different times of the day. So pulse rate might change depending on what was done earlier in the day. Great. Or one of 1,000 other things. Now, interestingly, they have a pulse question in number 80, but for some reason, penguins. So, base your answers on 79 of the information below in your knowledge of biology. Selecting agents can have a significant impact on the size of many populations living in the area. Identify one selecting agent that could have a potential impact on the number of individuals in the various penguin populations living in the Antarctic Peninsula. One selecting agent. So you just have to have a selecting agent that could have a potential impact on the number of individuals in the penguin populations. Any selecting agent. How about food scarcity? Or, so, I mean, literally, if there's less food, there might be less individuals that are able to survive. Or temperature. Colder temperatures might cause more penguins to fail to thrive. Or warmer temperatures can actually also cause more penguins to fail to thrive. Or access to freshwater access. Or the number of predators in the area. Or the number of prey animals in the area. Or access to available mates. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that you could give for this problem. Tons of possible answers. So you should give any of them. And yet now we're on number 80. Back to pulses. Base your answer to question 80 on the information below in your knowledge of biology. Pulse rate data were collected from some students during their study hall. The data are shown in the diagram below. So it says pulse rate data, number of students, pulse rate down from 51 to above 90, and I see kind of a bell curve type of thing. State one way data would most likely be different if the pulse rates were collected immediately after gym class instead of study hall. Well, think about a study hall, you're kind of chilling, sitting, studying, whereas gym class, you're moving around, right? Moving around, your body requires more oxygen, your body increases your pulse rate and your breathing rate to get more oxygen. So after a gym class, your pulse rate would most likely be higher after gym than during study hall. Yeah. So that's your answer, and we're done. We got 5 more questions. On the 5th question, we're going to drop the mic and say bye and congratulate ourselves for getting 100 on this test. And I'm really excited. I want to thank you for being here. If you happen to need a tutor, you feel free to go to JuanTutors.com. I do tutor math. I do tutor physics. Even though I'm doing a video on earth science and living environment, I don't normally tutor those. If I'm begged, I'll tutor chemistry. But I usually tutor math and physics. And I do have other tutors who can tutor biology. I have a phenomenal tutor who can tutor Spanish also. So there's a lot of options. That's JuanTutors.com. But on that note, I'm going to go to number 81. Ground finches in the Galapagos Islands are seed eaters. The beaks of the offspring are very close in size to the beaks of their parents. The best explanation for this observation is that a bird with a very small beak will die, or the temperature of an environment determines the size of the beak, or only birds with very small beaks are able to reproduce, or the size of the beak is determined mostly by genes. So some of these answers don't necessarily make sense. I think this is a blessing for number 81. Galapagos ground finches are seed eaters, and the offspring and the parents have the same essential beak size. Why? Is it because birds with very small beaks will die? That may be true. However, this doesn't explain why the beaks of the offspring are the same size as the beak of the parents, because the offspring don't choose their beak size. They literally, the beak just literally grows and then it stops growing. So that's not the explanation for it. And there's not for nothing. There's also other finches on those islands that have different beak sizes that are not the same size as the finch beak size of the ground finch beak size. The next one, the temperature of the environment determines the size of the beak. There's no evidence in this document that says that that's true, and in fact, it isn't true. It's caused by genes, genes, and actually what are called um, switches. So the switches turn genes on and off, and so the size of a finch's beak is actually largely determined by how long these genes act. Okay. The third one, only birds with very small beaks are able to reproduce. There's no evidence of that in this problem, and also there's no evidence that beak size should actually affect your ability to reproduce, as opposed to affecting your ability to survive until reproductive age. But the beak size itself doesn't affect your ability to reproduce. The next one, the size of the beak is determined mostly by genes. It is mostly by genes. Yeah, genes, and the amount of time that those genes are active is a big one. Number 82 to 83. Now, why they go to finches and then something else and then back to finches, I don't know. They just did that with the pulse, but let's do number 82 to 83. A student was assigned a task of determining which of three species of plant species, L, M, and N, were most closely related to Botana curus, BC. So it looks like a uh, gene diagram from. I'll explain how this experiment is done in a second. The student compared the segments of genetic material from each species using the procedure represented below. And so let's talk about what the procedure is before we even talk about the test. So what happens is what they do, they have a plate here. They have a kind of a gooey, kind of a clear substance that is still porous, so it lets things pass through it, but it has kind of the consistency of clear jello or clear gelatin, clear solid gelatin, but probably a little more solid than that. And then it has a few holes there, and what you do is you put the samples in there. So what are the samples? What you do is you take the genetic information from these plants and you mix them with an enzyme. And the enzyme, what it does is it looks for specific patterns in the genetic information and clips the genes when it sees those specific patterns. Now, if you think about it, if you take a cell from my right arm and my left arm, those are identical pieces of genetic information. When you do that process, when you perform that process, my right hand cells and my left hand cells are going to have the same exact pieces because the cells are identical. So they have the genetic information in the cells are identical, so they have the same patterns. So they have the same places where the genes are going to be snipped. But someone who's maybe closely related to me, but not very closely identically related to me, might have genes that are in similar places, but they're going to get snipped in different places. So their genes are going to look different. And so that this diagram is going to look different. And then someone who's very distantly related to me, like a great uncle or a person in another continent or a house cat, those are going to have the snips in very, very different places. And so then what they do is they take that genetic information and put it in a slot. Let's say, for example, that slot here. There's those boxes represent holes, and then genes have sides of them that are positively charged and sides that are negatively charged. So what they do is then they charge the region to the left and right of this gelatin-like substance. So one side is positive and one side is negative. And so the positive side gets pulled in one direction, the negative side gets pulled in the other direction, and as you go towards the negative side, the pull gets stronger. So what ends up happening is the smaller pieces being smaller but having the same essential charge at the end, the smaller pieces get pulled farther and the larger pieces don't get pulled as far. So that's actually what happens. That's why, in fact, you see all these samples kind of have a big bar over here, right? Because that probably represents one giant piece of DNA. But they all have different bars going down the list. So since they're under the same potential difference on the left, on the top, and the on one side and the other side of the agar or gelatin, identical cells will have the same bars, and then identical cells will have the same bars, but different cells will have different bars. And that's what's going on here. So now going to the question here, a valid conclusion that can be drawn from these results. Let's go back and just remember what we were trying to say. Which one's more closely related to species BC? Is it L, M, or N? A valid conclusion that can be drawn from this result is that the genetic material is not useful for for determining evolutionary relationships. I think that's probably the best material because there tends to be on average like a constant rate of genetic drift. So genetic information is actually the best, if possible. Unfortunately, not always possible, but the best in determining evolutionary relationships. Next one, species M is more closely related to BC. So now we have to look at the bars. BC, M, BC, M, BC, M. These are matching. BC, M, BC, and M. These match. So this one is looking very, very good. Where species L and N are more closely related to BC. Well, if you look for the parts that match, L and N match with B and C at the spots that I'm drawing. But if you look, I'm going to draw now in green the places where they don't match BC. L and N have at least 2 places where they don't match with BC. And here's a third with a missing bar here, and here's a third for L with a missing bar here. So in fact, they're not more closely related to BC, so that's not the answer. And then next one, BC is not related to any of these species. Actually, so that's the opposite of choice 2, and we see that BC and M have the same lines, so it's very unlikely to be that. So 2 is the only one that makes sense. Number 83. Identify another biochemical trait. Number 83. Identify another biochemical test that would provide data to support which of the 3 plants is most closely related to Botana curus. So this is another biochemical test. This is probably one of the most solid biological tests, but there are some that you could do, like you could smash up the leaves and look at chlorophyll concentration. You could also do a protein assay. I'm giving you more than one answer. Which you're looking at the proteins that are produced by the 2 plants. Then you could also do paper chromatography, where different plants produce different colors on the chromatography paper. And I also added to this enzyme tests. If you gave any one of these answers, notice that they just said identify another biochemical test. It doesn't ask you to explain it why it would do it. I wish it did, but it doesn't. So you just state that and you're done, okay? The 84, 2 questions away from being done. Number 85, we get to drop the mic with a perfect grade on this test. I'm really excited about this. Number 84, during physical activity, a person's pulse rate. The third question on pulse rate. During physical activity, a person's pulse rate changes. Choose one body system other than the circulatory system that would be involved in maintaining homeostasis. Describe one change that would occur in the system. So this one is a two-part question. In one question, it is meant to be a harder question. 1 point, two things that got to be said. Any system other than the circulatory system that you say that would be involved in maintaining homeostasis is good. I mean, the endocrine system, the respiratory system, the muscular system, the skeletal system, all of them are involved. Did I mention the excretory system? Or the digestive system? I mean, there's so many systems. If you could justify it, you're good. All of these systems are justifiable. So I'm going to say the endocrine system. Why that's the one I thought of? I don't know. Because, I mean, I feel like the respiratory system, it would be the most logical one that students would think of. But I said the endocrine system. That's a C. System. But what that system would do would create hormones to aid in communication of various cells. You could also have said that the respiratory system brings in oxygen from the environment and removes the carbon dioxide from the blood. You could have said the muscular system produces ATP to aid in the movement of muscles, or you could say that it removes it removes waste products through the cell membrane. You could have said, oh my God, what else? I mean, I mentioned earlier the skeletal system. You really could mention any body system at all in this case, and they would have been solid. But on that note, we are about to celebrate finishing this Regents and getting a perfect grade, and a perfect Part D, and just being done with so far a fun, amazing video. So I'm really excited about this. This is number 85, the very last problem on this test. And this diagram appears on so many tests. Wouldn't be surprised if a version of it continued to appear on the biology Regents. It's beak sizes of the Galapagos finches, and what it talks about. Let's just talk about it real quick. The different types of finches, what their beaks look like, even with their names, what they eat, what the beaks do, what kind of foods they eat. And it's a tremendous amount of information in just one diagram, which is great. Instead of putting it in a table format, they put it in this circular diagram format and then put it on 1,000 different regions. State one reason why it would be possible for a single island to support populations of small tree finches and sharp-billed ground finches. Both, again, small tree finches and sharp-billed ground finches. Now we have to look at those. Sharp-billed ground finches are over here. Okay? So they are edge-crushing with crushing bills and mainly eat plant food. And then if I go to the small tree finch, which is over here, I go that way and here. And so that one has biting tips and grasping bill and mainly eats animal food. So what is a reason why it's possible for a single island to support populations of both of these tree finches? Any answer that you can give. I mean, these clearly very much they live in different places. They spend their time in different places on the island. They eat different things, and they don't even eat the same foods. And what I ended up saying is that they occupy different niches or niches. And with that period, we're gonna pick up the mic. We're gonna drop the mic. And we are done. Congratulations on getting 100 on this test.